No. Okay. It's on now. Yeah. Good. Oh, yeah. Good. Okay. Good afternoon. In accordance with Sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, the meeting of Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning and that applies to the property. Permission to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, and also consent to survey property to create new lots. My name is Yim Chen. I will chair this afternoon's hearing. I'd like to also introduce a panel member today. From my far left is Ms. West, and Mr. Philip Goss, and also Mr. Peter Reed. And we also like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anasabe and the Chippewa, and the Haudenosaunee and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Committee of Adjustment public hearings are now conducted in a hybrid in-person and virtual format. Some applicants and participants will take their submission in person, or others will participate virtually by electronic means through WebEx, an online digital platform. The meeting are also streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. Those who want to participate virtually and have registered in advance will be connecting with the computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone, and have the option of participating via video or audio only. All virtual participants will automatically be muted on entry. When your item is called, you will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. We ask that you also mute your device until you're called to speak. Those participating by video appearance will be temporarily upgraded to panelists when your item is being held. During this time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5-minute speaking time, and all other times your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as attendee. For both in-person and virtual participants, Committee Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Those participating through WebEx are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist control during a video appearance. The host will remove you from the panelist's role if you fail to respect this instruction. How to receive a copy of the decision? People attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision of committee on an application must fill out a decision request card, and those participating virtually need to submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, email address, because the Committee of Adjustment and also the Toronto Local Appeal Body, TLABs, will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body, or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decision. Only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified persons, and public body, such that those terms are defined in the Planning Act, are permitted to appeal a decision of Committee Adjustment. And the appeals instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. And the hearing procedure is such that I will call each item in the order listed on the agenda. And when you are making your submission, when an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with the presentation if desired. When the committee does not require presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions or take the matter into committee for decision. Each speaker, including the applicant and agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. And I will comment on when you're reaching your 5 minutes. Any presentation or material you wish to submit to the committee must have email in advance of the hearing. The staff and committee member cannot accept materials during the hearing. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address, and please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and will make a presentation to the committee on the application. Please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to proposal at the hearing day. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised to ensure the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice of the application are informed of the changes. Then individuals either in support or oppose the application will be invited to speak. Generally, we will call on speakers in the hearing room here and then those participating through WebEx. Committee member may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished their presentation. And all the speakers, when all the speakers are finished, the applicant or agent has the opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion, and the application will be then taken into committee for a decision. And before we start, I would like to also want to know whether there's any declaration of interest conflicts from no. And also, there's like deferral requests in this afternoon or closing files?
Through you, Madam Chair, I don't see any files that are required to be closed this afternoon, nor do I see any requests at this time for deferral.
Okay, so we are ready for the first item in this session is item number 20. ABC, there's a three-part to this application. The address is 7 and 9 Gloucester Street, and also 593, 95, 97 Yonge Street, and 268 Dundonald Street, and also 79 Gloucester Street. A lot of addresses. Oh, okay, and the last one is 11 Gloucester Street. And this is to obtain consent to survey the property into 2 residential lots. The existing easement right-of-way will be maintained and unaltered. The existing 44-story mixed-use building will be maintained and unaltered. The building is under a condo ownership requires a variance to the zoning bylaw as outlined in the minor application, variance application. And we also receive a draft plan or survey, site plan, floor plan elevations, photograph of the front of the subject property, and 3 photographs of the rear of the property, covering letter from the agent, lawyer's letter from the agent, decision affecting the property, and 2 certificates site surface for some of the addresses here. Okay. And site-specific zoning bylaw apply to this property, and some presentation material from the agent. We also receive comments from Urban Design Heritage and also Community Planning, and we report from also engineering, development engineering, and what else? And I think that's all. Now we are ready for the agent, and let's have your first, last name, and address, please. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, just turn on the red. Yeah, perfect.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's Sidonia Tomasella, counsel with Airden Burles here on behalf of the Clover on Young, Inc.
Yes. We don't seem to have any person in interest or opposition.
For you, Madam Chair, no registered speakers for this item.
Yeah, so just hold on. I know it's a big sort of project, but the essence of it is pretty straightforward. I want to check whether the panel requires a presentation first. You could,
Maybe just a brief explanation of
yeah, because of the scale of the project.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so maybe just give a very brief one, and then so that we can just zoom in the essential thing that we are looking at.
Certainly, Madam Chair. I see that I've got some assistance on the board, and I've prepared just a quick visual just to help highlight what it is that we're asking for today. And with the color scheme, I'm hoping that'll assist in walking us through this. So what you have before you is the site that you see highlighted in blue, orange, and pink. Those properties were the subject of a site-specific zoning bylaw in 2016. That's bylaw 778-2016. The property that you're seeing in gray was a property that was not owned by the owners of this development site at the time that the site-specific zoning bylaw was approved, and therefore that site still continues to be subject to bylaw 569-2013. Okay. The application today with respect to what I'll call the mixed-use development site, what you see in blue is where the 44-story mixed-use building is, and that's residential, condo, office, and retail at grade. That, the application for the minor variance to get, it also, includes the orange and the pink properties. And what we're asking for through the minor variance application is for an increase to the non-residential GFA. And the reason for that request is is a result of two particular details. One is the mixed-use building, the at-grade retail uses. There's a desire to take advantage of the permissions for mezzanine space. So that permission exists in the site-specific zoning bylaw, but there isn't enough non-residential GFA to facilitate that. Secondly, what you're seeing, the two townhomes, the orange and the pink, at the time of our site-specific zoning bylaw amendment application, those sites were envisioned as residential, and that is consistent with what the historic use of those buildings were. Today, there is a desire for those uses to have some flexibility to introduce non-residential uses. So there was enough GFA across the development site to facilitate the increase in GFA overall, but there's a need to increase the non-residential GFA to facilitate that. So that's what's giving rise to the minor variance application for what I call the development site. The purpose for the consent application is to sever the orange from the pink. At the time of the condominium application, those two properties were not part of the condo, so it resulted in them being a remnant parcel, and those two sites are one property. And so the request for the consent application is to sever 7 from 9 so that those two can be separately conveyed. 11, as I mentioned at the start, was never part of the development site, and therefore that always was maintained as a separate conveyable parcel. And the request on that site is there are 2 variances. One is also an increase with respect to facilitate the non-residential GFA, and that is a result of the fact that under 569, the GFA is calculated differently when you calculate residential GFA versus non-residential GFA. So in this case here, despite the fact that there's no changes being made to the built form in any of the properties, with 11, there is an increase in the need for non-residential GFA as a result of the calculation in terms of how you calculate the GFA. And the second variance on 11 is with respect to the height of the first floor. The requirement in the bylaw is that it's no more than 0.2, that's the elevation from grade, measured from the lot line abutting the street line opposite the entrance. We are 0.72. There's relief that's required to bylaw 569/2013. I will note that at the time of the development application, that relief was granted to 7 and 9, and so now we're here asking for it as it relates to number 11. These 3 townhomes are heritage homes. There's obviously a process we've gone through with Heritage and attempting to limit to the extent necessary any alteration to those buildings from an external perspective. So again, the variance that we're asking for as it relates to 11 is relief that 7 and 9 was granted through the site-specific zoning bylaw, and we're asking for that now with respect to 11. I would just note that there are comments on the file, as Madam Chair, you correctly pointed. ECS, Community Planning and Heritage are in support of the application. And very quickly, just in terms of the consent application, there was one request from ECS, and that was for us to demonstrate that 7 and 9 are separately serviced, and that correspondence has been filed with the committee from our client's engineers confirming that those properties are separately serviced.
Yes, I see the condition they put in here, yeah, so, but then the question is, we can still impose it then because you're going to clear them anyway, right?
That's right, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? So we thank you for the presentation. That is making it a lot easier for us to grasp. The diagram is very, very useful. Yeah. Thank you. All right, so we are in committee now. Thank you. Any comment or start with?
I'm happy to move straight to a motion. I think it was very well explained. The one issue that I was going to ask a question about was the height variance, and the other two have had, because it comes back to that accessibility ramp issue, but the other two already have that, so, and I understand the heritage concerns. And certainly the severance makes sense, and the variances to let them be leasable make sense and are minor in my view. So for those reasons, I would move to approve it. I would move to approve all 3 applications. I provide consent to sever and the 2 minor variance applications, with the consent being subject to the engineering conditions.
That's the only condition, or do we have also heritage condition, or no? We don't need to impose that. Okay, just to make sure we don't miss any. All right, that's, you hear the motion, you second it, Ms. West second it, and all in favor with that conditions. All in favor, it's approved unanimously. Thank you for coming.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, and the next one is item 21, is 99 Knox Avenue. This is also a consent. It's a consent application into 2 residential lots, and this other, and sorry, we also receive a copy of the draft plan of the survey and also a survey site plan, floor plan elevations, and 2 photographs of trees, and also a cover letter from the agent. We have received comment from community planning and also from heritage from heritage and archaeological heritage planning. And we also receive a letter of interest or concern from 101 North Avenue, and we have oppositions from 104 and 101 North Avenue. We also have received opposition from 97 and 95 North Avenue.
Through you, Madam Chair. So the proposal is to sever the one lot into 2, but to also construct new 3-story semi-detached dwellings, 4 plexes, and 1-story semi-detached ancillary buildings containing 1 garden suite. So each site will have the same building structure. We do have the agent online as well as 1 registered speaker.
Yeah. Yeah, I missed reading the.
So we'll hear from Austin then.
Austin Emino of 82 Formosa Drive in Richmond Hill, and I'm the designer and agent for the owners of 99 KNOX.
You do have some opposition, so we need to asking you to present to have a 5-minute presentation, please. Yeah.
Yep. Okay. So just to kind of say again, we're proposing to sever the lot into 2 equal parcels and construct 3-story semi-detached fourplexes with 1-story semi-detached garden suites in the backyard. So we're requesting severance consent to divide the lot into 2 parcels. I want to note that there are no lot frontage or lot area variances associated with this. So the new lot sizes do fit within the zoning bylaw requirements. Each lot would have a frontage of 5.49 meters and a lot area of 190.64 square meters. For the fourplex buildings, we're requesting a front yard setback of 3.8 meters, whereas the bylaw calculation requires 6.39 meters. I want to note that our proposed setback is the same location as the existing property today, with the existing dwelling that is there. And in looking at the streetscape of KNOX, the majority of the buildings are set close to the road, with our neighbors 101 and 97 KNOX being set further in, which contributes to our front yard setback appearing to be a larger variance than it technically is. For comparison, 95 KNOX, just south of us, has a existing front setback of 3.28 meters, which is less than what we're requesting. In terms of the side yard setback of 0.6 meters that we're asking for, that applies to the second and third floors of the fourplexes only. The basement and ground floor have 1 meter side setbacks to them, which is more than what's required. And that will provide us sufficient access to the garden suites and garbage storage in the back of the property. In terms of the garden suites, we're requesting a rear yard lot coverage of 47% or 37.2 square meters, whereas 40% or 31.5 square meters is permitted. I want to note that the garden suites comply with all the required setbacks on every side, and we don't have any soft landscaping variances on the property. We did go door to door to neighbors nearby our property. We did get verbal support from a few neighbors at 90, 94, 100, and 110 KNOX. Unfortunately, they didn't send letters to us, but we did get verbal support. And then in terms of the letters from 101, 104, 97, and 95 KNOX, we did, try to contact all of them when we were going door to door. None of them kind of contacted us. They just, submitted their letters online. So we didn't really get a chance to discuss the concerns with them directly before the hearing, but we can try to address those concerns today. And then in terms of TRCA and city planning staff, they have no concerns with our proposal. In terms of the engineering department items, we addressed what we could at this time, which was updating a draft reference plan and showing garbage storage and access on the property. And we're fine with the other conditions that they want us to fulfill. We're also fine with the condition of a stage 1 and 2 archaeological assessment. And we can work with the TTC as per their requirements as well. So then in terms of the neighbor concerns, just to try to address them, they have some concerns about kind of traffic in the area, but I want to note that parking isn't required and isn't a variance for the property. And our site is in close proximity to Queen Street, just north of us, which has a streetcar and bus line on it. And there's also a bus line on Eastern Avenue, just south of the property. There's also a bicycle lane on Knox Avenue, so there's good means of transportation nearby our site. In terms of 101's concern about the existing house being 25 inches from their structure, I do want to note that our new setback is 1 meter at the ground floor level, which is on top of that 25 inches. So it's actually set in a lot further than where the existing house is today. In terms of the overall height of the building, I want to note that 13 meters is permitted in the bylaw, but we've scaled our height down to 10.5 meters. So we're well below the maximum by 2.5 meters. So we didn't max out the height at all on this property. And the house beside us at 97 Knox is actually 1.31 meters taller than our structure at its highest point. In terms of some concerns about the rear balconies, we don't have any variances for those platforms, and they're essentially there for fire escape purposes. And we provided a privacy screen on the north and south sides of the property, which are adjacent to the neighbors. In terms of the letter from 104 Knox, their letter kind of mentioned that our garden suite was 17.5% bigger, but it's actually only 7% greater in terms of rear yard coverage. So I just want to clarify that. And in terms of the garbage stores that we proposed, there's no location or variances required for where we placed it.
Yeah, the 5 minutes is up, so can you, give us a summation of,
Yeah, so I think, overall, I think since there's no concerns from city planning staff or kind of any departments, I think our proposal is reasonable for this lot and kind of makes sense.
Thank you. Okay, so we will listen, now we'll listen to the opposition and we'll get back to you. Okay, thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair, we'll hear from the owner at 104 Knox Avenue.
Hello, committee members. My name is Catherine Kim, and I own and reside at 104 Knox and own 101 Knox. 104 Knox is directly across the street from the proposed 99 Knox on west side, and 101 Knox is directly north of the proposed 99 Knox. Before you start my time, I'd like to raise an objection regarding the late submission by the applicant that was just shared with us. Had sort of scrambled to review that information and make a timely submission. If I had known that late submissions could have been accepted, I would have had more time to file pictures of the trees in the rear of 101 Knox that are not shown or addressed on the applicant's plan. I only discovered the submission at the last minute and haven't really had time to fully prepare. This results in I think unfairness, and the city should not consider this submission.
Oh, so does that mean you're requesting a deferral for in this case, so you can review the material?
Like failing a deferral, I guess I'd want to explain why this application in its current form should be refused.
Oh, okay, thank you. Yeah.
Sorry, are those all your comments, or do you want to, you have 5 minutes to speak?
Like I do have more.
Okay, well, this is your time.
But
this is your time to speak to the members.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Okay, so I just want to be clear that I'm not against developing 99 Knox. However, it shouldn't create substandard housing that defeats the purposes of the zoning bylaws, ZBL, and the official plan, OP. Even the applicant's late submission provides insufficient evidence to prove the requirements of the Planning Act. Instead, it proves the points raised in my letter. Bearing in mind that the immediate context for the purposes of assessing this application is, quote unquote, the block. That is Knox Avenue, south of Memory Lane, and north of Sears Street, not the avenues such as Queen Street and Eastern Avenue. All except one, as noted by the applicant, pictured on the block, confirms that they are set back further than the proposed building, including the immediate neighbors, 101 and 97 Knox, which is why setbacks are determined in reference to the immediate neighbors. The proposal is inconsistent with the built forms of the immediate neighbors who will be impacted the most and does not maximize contiguous soft landscaping. In the covering letter to the severance, which does not provide rationale for the conclusion that the consent application is quote unquote within reason, the applicant doesn't distinguish between the homes on the relevant blocks versus the larger 8-story condominiums and 3-story mixed-use commercial buildings located on the avenues. The late submission also proves that the shadow impact will be immense. Further, the late submissions did not provide any response to the concerns that I had raised about the garbage, did not offer a justification for the increased lot coverage of the garden suites, and did not offer a rationale for the side yard setbacks. Even with the approximately 40% variances from the front yard setback bylaw and the 33% variances from the side yard setback bylaw, this proposal is still an undesirable overbuild. These variances are not minor, and land is not suitable for the purposes for which it is being subdivided. The proposal seeks apartment level density without providing apartment level amenities like parking, which determines the purpose of the ZBL relevant to apartments. It is not in the public interest to create lots with insufficient amenity space, and until this issue is resolved, the severance is premature. Also, the impact on the neighbors and the proposed residents is not minor in terms of size or impact. In addition to considering the impact on the streetscape and neighbors, the committee should also consider the impact on the proposed residents of 10 units versus what is now at 99 Knox, which is a single-family residence that is not more than 1.5 stories. The impact of the proposal on their ability to enjoy their homes is not minor. It should also be noted that there is no support from the city, only quote-unquote no comment. Inferring support is making a conclusion with no evidence. In respect of multiplexes and garden suites, I quoted two principles to promote, I had quoted two City of Toronto papers in my letter, which indicates one of the principles is to promote the gradual expansion of housing options within the neighborhoods, that garden suites are intended to play the dual role of providing low-density housing while respecting the critical importance of green open spaces on the well-being of the natural environment and the city residents. Another paper makes clear that the more you want to put on the site, the more closely you should be required to stick to the zoning bylaw requirements for each structure. The proposal provides needed intensification. However, granting the 4 variances requested would create substandard housing that defeats the purposes that I just noted. On each of the lots, the variances seeks relief from the lot coverage bylaw, the purpose of which is to prevent overbuilding on a lot and to ensure that rear yards retain functional open space, soft landscaped areas, and outdoor amenities. In this case, the 17.5% increase in the lot coverage for each of the garden suites, combined with the large staircases and the garbage storage area in the rear yards, guarantees that these objectives cannot be met for all of the proposed future residents, which could be anywhere from 5 to 15 or more per lot. There's going to be 2 lots. The requested variance to the side yard setbacks places this tall structure significantly closer to the neighbors, 97 and 101 Knox, than the bylaw allows, and then compounds that impacts by expanding the massing towards the neighbors as structures get taller.
Thank you.
In comparison,
Your 5 minutes is up, so maybe you can wrap it up. Yeah.
okay, I guess I would just say it really comes down to the tall massing, and there's going to be a significant loss of sunlight and increase in shadowing at the front and rear. I just looked now at the late submission, which confirms this. In the summer, the shadows will now cover the entire front half of the garden. And in the winter, nearly 100% of 101 Knox will be in shadow all day long. Like this is clearly exacerbated by the setback variances. And the applicant hasn't addressed how the privacy impact on the south second-story side balcony at 101 Knox will be minimized, given that the decreased side yard setbacks and north-facing windows. You know, like if I had known the late submissions would have been granted, I would have provided further photos.
Thank you.
And the proposed placement of the garbage for 5 units at the north of the proposal
Through you, Madam
is
Chair.
directly beside the rear
We've allowed for a lot of time
space.
for this speaker.
Okay.
Sorry, but
Yeah,
you know.
I think that we get what you're pointing at, actually.
Okay.
I thought you were going to make a summation, but you continue your presentation. Okay, I think we have got, there's still a chance for the applicant to respond to your concerns anyway. So let's have the next speaker, please. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, we'll hear back from the agent.
Yeah, so I guess if we could go to that presentation material if possible. So kind of the reason why it was submitted late is because 2 neighbor letters came in late on November 25th, so it kind of gave us very little time to respond. But we tried our best to bring this presentation just to kind of give more context, a visual context to the neighbors of what we're proposing here. So in this first graphic, in terms of the front yard setback concern, we kind of drew a red line through where the front of our proposed building would be, which is the same place as the existing house today. And we can kind of see a lot of properties north and south of us are actually in front of that setback. So it is consistent with the street that houses are set forward, and 101 Knox is actually set a lot further back than any other house on the street. So I'd say that it's actually out of character for the street, not the other way around. And then on the next pages of kind of the sun study. So what we tried to show was, how the existing house casts shadows today in its existing form, and then how the proposed buildings would alter the shadowing to the property of 101 Knox. In our opinion, looking at the summer solstice in the morning, I don't think it's twice as much or half the property as they were saying previously. Where the shadow kind of comes up in the bottom left corner there for summer solstice at 9 a.m. It's basically at the edge of the front porch of 101 Knox. And that kind of line that bumps down in the front there is actually this large covered porch in front of 101 Knox. So, and of course, the structure of 101 Knox itself would shadow its own front yard during the morning as well, right? So it's not just our building. And then throughout the rest of the summer, I think we can see the shadow impact is pretty minimal on their property from 12 p.m. and 3 p.m. There's basically no shadows on their property. And then on the next page, in terms of winter, of course, the sun angle is lower in the winter, so shadows always cast further. But in comparison, looking at the existing house on top versus proposed building on the bottom, the front yard shadowing is essentially the same, in my opinion. So we don't think this front yard setback variance is contributing that much to shadowing onto 101 Knox. And in terms of kind of the massing comment, like as I mentioned, we did scale the height to 10.5 meters, whereas we can do 13 meters in the bylaw. So we have substantially kept the overall height down of these buildings. And that kind of 10.5 meter height is consistent with the other 2.5 or 3 story buildings on the street.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Thank you. Are you, you finished? Okay.
Yeah, I think that answered most of their comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, we do have some questions for you. Just say, yeah.
I think one of the, I think your design is already prepared in a way that's intended to mitigate some of these privacy concerns with privacy screening at the rear stairs and also with the living room windows being high windows. Would you have any concerns with us including a condition that ties the variance applications to the north and south elevations?
No, we would be okay with that.
Yeah, that's the one that staff are on right there. You can see, and I can. The high windows are in the living rooms, and then there's the privacy screening. Okay, and my other question is: are you aware of the heritage staff report, and you'd have no concerns with retaining an archaeologist as they require?
Yes, we're fine with doing that.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks.
Okay. Yeah. Any other questions? Okay, we do not have any more questions. Now we are in committee. Yeah. Anyone want to start? Yeah.
Sure. It's an interesting application. I think it's adding density in a very good location, sort of in the first block up from Queen Street in a very vibrant neighborhood. Mm-hmm. It is asking for a lot for one site, but the variances they're seeking after the consent is granted, if we were to grant it, are not that significant, and I think the agent did a good job of addressing the shadowing concerns, and so on the whole, I think both the severance to make this 2 lots and then the 2 fourplexes plus garden suites, I think it's sort of right in line with what the city is looking for sites like this. Mm-hmm. I think the design is pretty sensitive, and I'd want to tie it to the elevation to make sure that it's built that way.
Yes, actually, I have made the same observation. It seems that from the existing, it's like semi-detached and it's fourplexes, and I thought that, oh, it's a bit, but then when I look at the variances, they seem to be very acceptable, reasonable requests. That's my observation.
Yeah, I agree as well. I think the consent makes a lot of sense. There are very many lots in that area that are that size and much smaller. And I did have initial concerns with the front yard setback because it seems like a large number, but I think keeping it there makes sense on the street. There is a lot of like undulation of front yard setbacks, and I think this also goes a long way to lessening the impact on the neighbors to the north and the south by
pushing it in front.
Yeah, pushing it in front and not having impacts in the backyard as much.
Yeah, you're right.
And the garden suites have been designed completely as of right. So I think it's clear that the applicant has made efforts to design this proposal within or as close to the zoning bylaw as they could. I support it fully.
Okay, thank you. So any more comment, or we have a motion?
No comment. I've just, this is my first time I see a semi-detached garden suite. And I'm just, it's great that they designed it within the bylaw, as my colleague mentioned.
Yes.
So just a suggestion that if we can also tie it to site plan, so it will just give more explanation regarding which one is part 1 and 2.
Sure.
It'll give a little bit more clarification because all the setbacks is
Site plan,
completely.
sure. So if we were going to approve
It's more clear if we just tie it to one setback that it's, I think it's page 8 A100?
Site plan.
Site plan?
100,
Okay.
yeah.
So that one really shows which one is garden suite number 1, 2,
Okay.
and the other two semi-detached. That's my suggestion.
So that's clear, right? So let's go through, if we were going to approve it, let's go through the conditions. There's elevation, north-south elevation, and also the site plan, and also heritage and archaeological.
I think I've got it if you
got it.
let me
Yeah.
take a stab at it. So I would move to approve the consent application subject to the engineering conditions. And then I would move to approve the Part 1 application for minor variances subject to the heritage condition and subject to tying it to the site plan A100 and the northern elevation. And I would move to approve the application Part 2, subject to the heritage condition, tying it to the site plan and the south elevation.
Yeah, that's
Through you, Madam Chair, ECS also has conditions for the minor variance
does as well?
application, so we can include that. And
That as
TTC also.
And the
Submitted.
TTC conditions. Oh, I was so
That's good, we're there.
that's fine.
certain that I had it and then
you
I
were so
didn't at all.
confident.
Okay, yes, of course, include the TTC conditions as well.
No, I'm impressed by your confidence. That's fine. Yeah. So with all that, we will second. Mr. Reid second that motion. And all in favor with all the condition for all the parts to approve unanimously. Yeah, thank you. You got all the condition. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair, we can deal with items number 22 and 23 together.
Get it?
It's
Okay.
66 and 64 Beverly Street. I think the agent is here in person, so we'll have David come up to the podium, and then you'll introduce the files.
Okay, thank you. Let me read this out. The application, the purpose is to alter the existing three-story townhouse by constructing a south side three-story addition and a rear three-story addition and a rear ground floor deck, front and rear second-story balconies and a rooftop staircase enclosing a rooftop deck. The existing rear parking pad accessed by the budding laneway will remain, and also convert the dwelling unit in a fourplex for a total of 4 residential dwelling. And I believe 64 is similar by purpose in terms of the application purpose. So I will not read that out. I think similar. Yeah. So on this, we receive on both the applications, we receive a minute from the last deferral hearing, and survey site plan, floor plans and elevations, outburst report, and also a letter from the agent, and 14 photographs of the subject property, and advisory staff report from Metrolinx, and staff report from community planning. We receive oppositions from 62, 56, and 60 Beverly Street, and also 10 letters in opposition from owner of 11 Southern Avenue, and all the units in that listed 10 units. And also we received opposition from 68 and 33 Sullivan Street, and also 50 Beverly Street. And I guess 64, we received similar material, and also with also similar oppositions. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have the agent here in person. We also have 2 registered speakers here in person.
So since you do have some opposition, we might giving us a 5-minute presentation. Can we give them a little bit more if they require? We've got 2 applications, or just 5 minutes? Keep it
Through
to
you,
5
Madam
minutes.
Chair, I think it can be done within the 5 minutes.
Yes, yes. Keep it to 5 minutes if you can. And yeah, please give us your name and address for records.
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Chair, committee members. David Eagleman, Associate and Professional Planner at Design Plan Services, Inc. Here on behalf of the owner, my address is 87 Skyway Avenue, Suite 200, and I'm here with the architect as well, Deborah Scott. Just address?
My address is 73 Woodlawn Avenue West, Toronto.
Okay, let's go.
Yes, so through you, Madam Chair, I'll note that this application was previously deferred from the July 10th hearing date of this year. And the reasons for that deferral were really to consult further with city staff, both planning staff and urban forestry, as well as to consider comments and concerns from the neighbors. And previously on that hearing date, the application was for a garden suite, or excuse me, a laneway suite at the rear of both 66 and 64, as well as a rear four-story addition, a three-story addition at the rear of 66, and a fourth story on top of 66.
Okay.
The main concerns through that previous hearing from staff, particularly urban forestry staff, as well as the neighbors, were the fourth story at 66 Beverley, the removal of a linden tree at the rear of 64 Beverley, and the laneway suites and overall massing that were proposed. We have went completely back to the drawing board. We actually had to bring a different architect on board. So Deborah, the architect who's here today, is a different architect that prepared the previous drawings. And we've eliminated the laneway suites, and we have eliminated the fourth floor. So we feel that we have made substantial revisions, and we have listened to all the comments and concerns. And I think that the planning staff report speaks to that. They have no concerns or objections, subject to the condition that the proposal be constructed substantially in accordance with the plans. We are in agreement to that. And urban forestry also only recommends standard condition number 2, as opposed to their previous refusal recommendation at the last hearing. So in regards to the variances, I would like to ask staff to please pull up one of the side elevations. The two proposals are essentially exactly the same, with only minor differences between the numbers in terms of the variances. And essentially it is just to turn these row houses into fourplexes to provide more housing units. And these are family-sized units. We're providing 8 units in total. This property is downtown Toronto. This is just north of Queen Street, in proximity to Queen and University, with transit along Queen Street, transit along University, the subway line. So this is, in my opinion, an appropriate location for this modest intensification. And we also, just in terms of the revisions, we've significantly reduced the number of variances. So there's only 3 variances we're seeking for the 2 applications, 3 variances each. One is for the building depth, and the other 2 variances are both pertaining to the rooftop terrace. So if we can please just turn to the one of the side elevations, and you'll see, so you can see on this side elevation at the rear, the actual depth variance of, in the case of 64, it has a slightly longer depth of 20.94 meters. That's at the basement only. And you can see that on the side elevation where the basement extends out past the rear wall above grade. So the above grade massing is closer to 19.5 meters, which would only be about 2.5 meters or around 7 to 8 feet more than what's permitted as of right. And in terms of the rooftop terrace, in my opinion, and I've provided a number of pictures of the row houses in this block as well as other properties in the neighborhood. In my opinion, the rooftop terrace is actually less impactful from a privacy perspective than all the third-story terraces, which most of those row houses in this block have, because the actual rooftop access structures act as privacy screening on the north and south sides, and the terrace is significantly set back from both the front and rear main walls. And the additional depth actually contributes to additional privacy. And so for all these reasons, I see I'm running out of time, Madam Chair.
Yes.
It is my professional opinion that this proposal meets the 4 tests under Section 45(1) of the Planning Act, and that this application represents good planning and provides much-needed housing units within the downtown core of the city.
Thank you. Yes. It's really good. You have 2 cases. You just make it. Thank you. And we will listen to the opposition first, and then we will get back to you. And just stay. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, there are two people here that wish to speak. Do you want to start with 62 Beverley? The owner of 62 Beverley? Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Hi.
You're having a very long day, so I will try to be brief. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to this, and I will quickly cut to the chase. Basically, we object to the building depth variance, and to some extent, the additions for the fourth floor balcony overlook. I have,
Did we get the address and?
sorry?
It's 62.
I'm at 62 Beverly Street.
Sorry, through you, Madam Chair. Can you just
will.
state your first and last name, the address, and then you can
Okay,
speak to your
thanks.
concerns.
So you're going to give me back my 45 seconds or whatever?
No, it's fine, yes. Okay.
My name is Sita Ramkalawan Singh. I live at 62 Beverly Street. I've lived on this block for over 50 years. And I own the property at 62 Beverly Street, which is directly south of 64. I don't know if you have the pictures that I attached to my letter. There's two of them, which will basically summarize my concern. So the first, if you can just stop there for a sec, you can see where the red line is. That's essentially, this addition of the building depth will essentially help wall me in to my backyard. On the right-hand side is where the addition is. On the left-hand side is where there's a laneway suite at 60 Beverly Street. And the line at the top end is where there is an apartment building, which is built right to the edge of the laneway. So this additional building depth that is being requested by the applicant will essentially create a walled-in feeling, and particularly when it's 3 stories high. So that's one set of concerns. The second picture, if you scroll down, is this gives you a sense of what the rear of all of the houses in Beverly Street look like. There have been renovations of nearly every single house on that street, and every single house has managed to build within the existing footprint. So what we're asking is for this proposal to be built within the existing footprint, although which we support the fact that they wish to enclose the light well between 64 and 66 Beverly Street, which gives them additional density, as well as the third floor addition. And I have no idea why, if the house at number 70 Beverly, which is a co-op, can have 3 units, why 4 units cannot be built with this additional FSI. I want to comment on the planning report. The planning report, which just only came in 2 days ago, is remarkably thin, does not explain the reason for why this is supposedly minor, when the proposal essentially doubles the FSI from 1 to 1.9, and why this is not a rezoning. My view is that this planning report is incomplete. My colleague, my neighbor on the other side of 66 Beverly will have even more significant impact by the building depth because of the particular location and configuration of the site. In the picture before, if you wouldn't mind scrolling back down, you'll see there are two X's. Those refer to existing trees on my property. One is very close to the fence line, and the other is probably 2 feet from the fence line. One is a birch, one is a cedar. The birch was put in at considerable expense. The building depth and the proposed depth of the basement will have the effect of affecting the roots of those trees. And that's one of the other reasons why we would like the building depth to remain in line with the existing footprints of the buildings. Those are essentially my points, and I'm happy to answer questions in the remaining 31 seconds I have.
Any question to this speaker? Okay, thank you very
So
much.
if I can just make one more comment, I think we'd like you to refuse the variance for building depth.
For the building, okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
We can now hear from the owners at 68 Beverly Street.
Good afternoon.
Yes.
My name is Helene Clarkson. I am the owner of 68 Beverly Street, where I've lived since July 2023 with my husband and our 3 children.
My name is Andrew Livingston.
Yes. I'm here today, or we're here today, to object to 2 of the 3 variances requested for 64 and 66 Beverly Street, as we do not view them as minor variances. They would greatly impact our light, our privacy, and the character of our street. And I can honestly say that we would not have purchased our house at 68 Beverly Street if we had seen these additions when we were looking at the house. I would also like to state that we sent our concerns once we saw the plans, the new plans, the revised plans. We sent our concerns over 10 days ago to the planner and the applicant, and we have received no reply. I think if you could pop up my photographs that I attached to my email, that would be great, please. Bylaw 5692013 limits the maximum building depth to 17 meters. The proposal asks for a 3-story addition with a depth of 19.5 meters. This is almost 3 meters over the limit. This is really unacceptable to us. These homes are row houses. We share walls on both sides, and we only have light from the front and the back of the houses. A 3-story addition that is almost 3 meters deep and runs along our south wall would block out all of the morning sun and most of the day, the daylight. You can see there are 2, that's a mock-up with the actual addition on it with one of the balconies that is proposed. You can see that the fence line is the total size of our little back area, where we basically live in the summer. We have our meals out there, we have our sort of sitting area, and we spend almost all the time there. It is a wonderful oasis for us, away from the mayhem of Queen Street and Beverly Street, and it is quiet. We are able to see these beautiful trees, and there is quite a bit of wildlife back there, which we also enjoy. Not only would our light be severely restricted, but our privacy. You can see those balconies that stick out and then would be literally over us. Again, we find this unacceptable. It just seems to be something that's a bit of a nightmare for us. Bylaw 569-2013 stipulates that the level of the floor of a platform located at or above the second story of a residential building should not exceed 0.2 meters above the level of the floor from which it gains access. However, the proposed rooftop deck, I think there's another photo that you can see. Yeah, that's our rooftop deck. So they're already going to build above that fence to close off the third floor deck, which, you know, fine, that's okay. But then they want to build on top of that. So the proposed rooftop deck would be located 3.45 meters above the access floor level. This is a significant deviation from the bylaw. It would cause a great deal of shadow, the loss of privacy again, and the obstruction of our view. These row houses are part of a group of buildings that were built in the 1880s. They are unique, historically relevant, and built in the Bay and Gable architectural style. Renovations have taken place at several properties on the block, at number 44, 46, 50, 54, 58, 60, 68, which is our own house, 70, and 1 Sullivan. All these renovations were completed within their existing footprints. We are not against multiplex units, and I understand the need for more housing in the downtown core, but these will not be affordable housing units. They will be market rent. This is clearly an attempt to squeeze as much income out of these two properties without consideration for the rights of the neighbors and the character of the neighborhood. There is no reason that the applicant cannot create 3 spacious units instead of 4 and stay within the current footprint of the house. I remain hopeful that the bylaws set in place will protect our rights as homeowners from the infringements on our light, our privacy, and the enjoyment of our outdoor space.
Thank you. Yeah, 5 minutes up. Thank you. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Sorry, before you leave, are there any questions?
Yeah, we see whether we have question for you. Actually, I do have a question, and I actually noticed from the location plan and also what you have just pointed out, that it's almost, except for the corner property, the whole entire block on Beverly Street where you guys are, it's all the row houses still line up at the back.
Yes.
That's right.
Right?
Yeah, there is
And also,
nobody has pushed
seems
back.
that they also have, it's built in a very similar style.
Yes.
Right? And the rooftop, and do they all have rooftop
No, nobody.
now?
Nobody has any rooftop decks.
Or even second-story rooftop deck? There's no,
There's a third story. There are a third story. Everybody seems to have a third story deck,
yeah.
which the applicant is applying to cover, which is fine.
Oh, and then it's built on top.
But he's also then asking to build on top of that third story.
Understand.
Which nobody on the street has that.
Yeah, understand.
And these really are quite special homes.
Yes.
All of them have plaques on them.
Thank you.
They're great.
Yeah, thank you. So now, do we have any more speakers? And
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have one more person we think is online. We've made multiple attempts, so we're just going to unmute. We're not sure if it's their voicemail or not. And they reside at 33 Sullivan Street.
I don't even.
Hello, Pearl.
I guess those cabins.
Hello, Pearl. Pearl, you've been unmuted. No. No? Okay. So we're not able to contact them. However, they did submit an opposition letter that you would have reviewed in your package. Okay, then we can hear back from the agent.
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. So I'd firstly like to note that I did receive an email from the neighbor who just spoke at 68 Beverley relatively recently, about 10 days ago, I believe. And I did respond, and I noted that we feel that we've made, appropriate revisions, substantial revisions to the previous proposal in an attempt to satisfy everyone's comments and concerns. So I did respond, and I'd just like to make that clear.
Sorry, please let him speak. This is time. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
And in terms of I would like to take staff to, if I can ask staff to bring up the photos I submitted, and I believe it's photo 4. And I'd just like to speak to that. But just while that's being brought up, I'll note that, there was a comment made about the FSI. These are multiplexes, and as I'm sure the committee is aware, they're not subject to FSI, so we're not seeking any variance to FSI. Yes, photo 4. So firstly, while there is some relative consistency between the rear wall locations in this block, there is some variation. So on the far, it's a little bit difficult to see in this photo, but on the far right-hand side is 60 Beverley, and it actually extends a little bit further than some of the other row houses. And then you can see on the far left-hand side, 70 Beverley Street has a 2-story detached house in the rear yard. That's 1 Sullivan Street. And again, this is downtown Toronto, right north of Queen Street. So while I understand the neighbor's comments about being walled in, at the same time, the increase in depth is about a 7 to 8 foot increase over what's already permitted as of right, and it will not, in my opinion, have any significant impacts over and above what would be already contemplated by the zoning bylaw. And in terms of shadowing impacts, it is really, if we can actually zoom in there, 68 Beverley Street is on the left-hand side. It's the second row house before the last one. So those two, 68 and 70, are really the only row houses that would be potentially impacted by shadow. And if we can just scroll down a little bit, the neighbor at 68 made a comment about the rear yard being, usable space that they use all the time. But you can see in this photo, there is a vehicle parked in the rear yard. There's also a structure. And, they have quite a large 3rd-story terrace as well, as most of these row houses do. And again, in my opinion, the 3rd-story, the rooftop terrace, which, yes, this would be the only one within this block. However, I provided pictures of other rooftop terraces within the neighborhood. The apartment building actually directly behind this block of row houses has a rooftop terrace as well. And a number of row houses and other dwellings in the neighborhood have rooftop terraces. And in my opinion, the rooftop terrace is actually less impactful from a privacy perspective than those existing 3rd-story terraces at the rear because of the access structures which block views north and south, and because they're set back from the front and rear significantly. So, and then just lastly, in terms of, comments were raised in regards to both privacy and shadowing impacts, but the fact that we're actually increasing the depth provides more privacy for the neighbors. It screens views. It would enclose on one side the roof, the 3rd-story terrace for 68 Beverley Street, which would provide more privacy. There are no windows proposed on either sides of the altered row houses, and ultimately, these variances, which in my opinion are minor, are to facilitate more housing units. And these are not, bachelor studio units or even 1-bedroom units. There's 6 2-bedroom units and 2 1-bedroom units with a den. And this is to provide much needed housing within the city of Toronto in a sensitive and considerate manner. And I think the fact that we've substantially revised the proposal and went completely back to the drawing board speaks to that. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yes, I do have one question. For the front elevations, the Beverley Street elevations, you're not altering neither 66 or 64? You're keeping most of the existing appearance, or what? Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, thank you for that question. That was a point I did want to raise. Yes, we are, with the only exception being a balcony or a small balcony at the front, at the second floor,
Then you're
which is
adding a
permitted as of
little-
right.
Yeah, I see. So there's no heritage restrictions for that, right?
Through you, Madam Chair, this block of row houses is actually not listed or designated as heritage properties. However, we are maintaining the existing front facades as is, again, with the exception of those second-story balconies at the front.
Yeah. So the second question is also, you have mentioned that the length, the depth you're seeking in terms of the numbers is 20.89. That is below grade. I thought you said, and then it's the above grade is shorter, and also if it is shorter, can you tell me how much it extends out from the very consistent line of other houses, the existing houses beside you?
Yes, so through you, Madam Chair, you are correct. So 66 Beverley Street has a depth of 20.89, and then 64 has a slightly longer depth of 20.94 meters. And that is only at the basement. So at the first floor, the building depth is 19.1 meters. And that would be a 2.88 meter extension past where the existing rear main wall is.
Oh, so it is you are 2.88 meter extending out from this very consistent line of other houses. That's what I want to visualize, how much it actually sticks out. Yeah.
Yes, through you, Madam Chair, yes, although, again, I would note that there is some consistency, but there is also some variation. The picture that was shown previously by one of the neighbors, I believe, is only of some of the row houses, but in the pictures I provided, you can see there is also some row houses with slightly deeper building lengths or building depths.
So it's fair to say that it sticks out about 8 to 9 feet from.
Correct, Madam Chair, and also in regards to that point, although the depth is the same because it's measured from the required front yard setback to the rear wall, the third story is actually only 17.84 meters in length. And the first floor, excluding the bay window in terms of length, is only 17.9 meters.
I see.
So
that is very helpful. I just want to visualize how this, because everybody's looking at the figure sometimes, cannot visualize the actual massing. Yeah, that's very helpful. Thank you. Any other questions? Yeah. Yes.
To you, Madam Chair. So I'm trying to also understand the depth of this building. So earlier you mentioned the number 64 basement, without basement, above the floor is 19.5, or I'm mistaken, is 19.1?
So, through you, Madam Chair, so at the first floor, it's 19.1. At the second floor, just because of the balconies at the front, and there's a very small increase at the front of the row houses, it's 19.53. So it's slightly different between the first floor and the second floor. But
and that is for both number 64 and 66, correct?
Correct.
And then, and then also I want you to just ask you one more time. So the new proposal, I'm talking about the depth. The depth of new proposal compared to the existing, it will be 8 to 9 feet more. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Chair, generally, yes. It will be approximately 3 meters more than what is existing at the first and second floor.
3 meters at the first and second floor. Okay. And then if I can ask the staff to put the aerial photo that the agent was explaining back on the screen. So I want to understand, yes, this one. Thank you very much. So from the left to right, the left is number 70, correct?
Correct.
And that big structure is a laneway or is another house on the back?
It's actually another detached house. It is 1 Sullivan Street.
Okay, and then the next one on the right is 68, which we see the car and the structure.
Correct.
And then next to that, 66 and 64. So 66, we can see 64, there is a void? Or that's a...
Through you, Madam Chair, that void is actually on both properties. So it's slightly on one and slightly on...
So means that void is, both of them is for 64 and 66, correct?
Yes, that void area is between the two row houses that are the subject of these applications.
It's a mirror image.
And then on the right is 62, and then again further to right it's 60, and is that correct? So
Correct.
So what you're trying to do is that void that we were referring, you want to fill it in, not only fill it in, but also come a little bit further toward the backyard.
Through you, Madam Chair, that is correct. And I'll point out too as well in regards to this photo that 60 Beverly Street both has a slightly longer depth than some of the other row houses in the block, and a 1-story laneway suite at the rear.
Yeah.
So the 60, so the new proposal compared to the 60, number 60, I'm talking again about depth. How much extra you are just will come toward the backyard, like approximately?
Through you, Madam Chair, I don't have the exact depth of 60 Beverly Street, so I couldn't say. Perhaps
But it's less
the
than
architect,
it's less than the
Deborah Scott,
2.8.
can respond to that. Do you?
Specifically, no, we did not measure all of those, but we're adding at the first floor and the second floor to the houses. Our variance is for 2.695 meters. So it's less than 3 meters, 2.695 is the variance.
2.69.
And the basement is because we want window wells, okay? So it's a little further so that we can get light into the basement. And I think what's really important is each house, we're creating 4 family-sized units. And there is a need in this area for family-sized units. They're 2-bedroom, 2.5 bath. People can have families here, or they can have, 2 people that are roommates can share the unit and so forth. It's a lovely place to live here. It's highly desirable. Removing the laneway suite and saving the tree is really, really important, I think. The neighbor at number 68, when they built their shed in their backyard after they bought the house, they've impacted their backyard for light. They do get morning sun. I went by there this morning. Their morning sun comes in from the east, and I could see their windows were all lit up, so we're not impacting that. They've impacted their own shadow with the structure they built after they bought the house, it looks like. The buildings at Sullivan, it's quite far away. It's 16 meters away, 16.172 to be exact, meters from where we want to build or extend our first floor and our second floor. So that's quite a lot, over 16 meters. To the wall of the 3-story, I believe it's 3-story apartment building at Sullivan Street that has big windows. It's a wide laneway. So they're still going to have the beautiful tree in the backyard. They're not going to have a laneway suite. And when you go along that, like I've walked it several times, the laneway suites that are built there have far more impact for other properties than our 2.695.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, because you have we already asked a question, you already answered that. And I think that you already make a presentation. We heard the presentation. So let's move on to another question first. Let's finish the questions. Maybe Philip will have the questions, right?
No, I was just going to say exactly that it's time for
because it's not another
because
presentation. I can understand what you're trying to tell us, and we heard the presentation. So if there are no more questions from anyone, now we are in committee. Now we can make the And actually, I do see from both sides, and then because this is a very unique block, I walk by I'm telling you, maybe it's not every day, but every second day. So I know this area quite well, and then it is a very unique. These houses are quite pleasant, actually. On the Beverley side, I do not know the backyard. So that's what I think that also make the neighbors come out to voice their opinion. I stop at that because I want to hear other people. In terms of the planning, I think that it sort of fits in the location of this kind of development. That's all I can say. Yeah.
I can start, Chair. Thanks. Yeah, I sat on the panel the last time this came before us, and that I agree with the comments that have been made that proposal was not supportable. It was an overdevelopment, and there were a very large series of variances being requested, and they were really impactful. It's clear that a lot of work has gone on in relation to this, and I was surprised to see. One of the neighbors mentioned the planning report, and it's rare. It is a very short report, I agree, but it's very rare that we see planning staff actually saying that it's good. This would result in an appropriate redevelopment for the site. Often they'll just say they have no objections, but the fact that we have a supportive planning report, I think, is an important thing to consider. And then looking back at the actual variances, notwithstanding, I understand that this is a special block and consistency is kind of the word there. But I think the variances being requested are minor. I think the rooftop, I know the rooftop balcony is something that doesn't exist there now, but I think it's actually a really smart solution, especially because it's being pulled in from the front and the back. So overlook is much lessened, and the appearance from the street isn't going to change significantly, I don't think. So that was one. And then the depth does look relatively large, but I think keeping in mind that that's the basement, that's the largest number. Mm-hmm. And then it's shallower on each, on the floors above grade. Mm-hmm. Goes to lessen some of that impact over what's as of right. So,
and I think the biggest gain from this proposal versus last proposal is the elimination of the laneway street. I think that will gain in terms of openness, space. So whatever you call it, I don't know how we're going to face it, but I think that will improve the backyard, minimize the backyard impact.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think my takeaway, even before it was sort of a comment put out there by the architect, was that I looked at these plans and thought these are actually some very nice units, front, back, up, down. So it's 4 nice family-sized units right downtown. It is a very attractive block. I understand why the people there really want to protect it, but I think planning policies say that more people should be allowed to enjoy it. And I think this is a supportable way to get there. That's my view. And in terms of, the 4th story having rooftop decks, this is literally right across the street from a 25-story tower with large balconies facing in this direction from every single floor. Mm-hmm. It's so, I think something is going to happen with this site regardless. I think if it wasn't coming for a minor variance application, it would be going for a complete rezoning with something much larger. It wouldn't be coming to us, it would be going to City Council. But I think this is actually pretty contextual given that something is going to happen with this site.
I mean, one thing I want to point out, if we were going to approve it, would you take the suggestion that tied to the site plan, only because it shows there's no garden suite and also the permeable paver and the landscaping, I thought. He's showing all that stuff.
Chair,
Oh.
community planning is requesting that.
Oh, already?
Yeah.
But they're ahead of
In
me.
the
Planning's-
new.
And I would also suggest tying it to an elevation for each to secure the setbacks, which vary by floor.
Oh, yeah, that's very important. The
The
front
side
elevation.
The side elevation is
The
my,
side and
and it
also
also captures the rooftop
Yeah, all the
balcony
elevations then.
situation.
Well, through you, Madam Chair, we got two city staff late report dated November 20th that staff have those comments.
Oh,
Like it's in the supplementary package. We have two reports, one for 20.
but those are report though. We don't really have to put in conditions.
No, it
It
does.
is a condition.
It has a
indicate the
condition.
recommended
Sorry,
condition
I
is,
haven't received the supplemental. That's, okay.
tie it to site plan and north and south elevations.
All right, understand. All right. So I left it at that, so I'm waiting for a motion.
I'll bring a motion, Chair. For the reasons I stated, I think this is a supportable application. I think there's been considerable care in drafting it, and I think the variances that are being requested are minor. So I move approval of the application subject to community planning's conditions in terms of tying it substantially in accordance with the site plan and the north and south elevations for each property.
Okay, and that's a forestry condition 2, right? Is it? For Beverly.
64 Beverly.
Yeah, 64, yeah,
Yes, thank you.
yeah. All right, so is it, yeah.
I'll second.
Yeah, Mr. Goss, second, and all in favor for both 66 and 64. Yeah. And Ms. West, you dissent both numbers, both application? Yeah.
Yes, I dissent.
Okay, so it's approved 3-1, and with all the conditions that listed out in the motion. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Committee.
So now we move to number 24. Number 24 is 108 Enderby Road. This is deferred application too. And the purpose for this one is to permit the existing one-story auxiliary building, which is a garden suite. And there will be a total of 4 residential dwelling units on this lot. And also no bicycle parking space will be provided on site. They're seeking 3 variances. We also received minute of the last hearing and copy of a survey site plan, floor plan elevations. We received a revised site plan, a revised zoning notice, and a red line public notice, and 7 photographs, and cover letters from the agent, decision affecting the property, and also a TLAP decision affecting the property. We received comments from transportation engineering and also a report from Metrolinx.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have the agent online. Is there anyone here in person that wishes to speak to this item? See none? Okay.
Do we
So
have?
we'll hear from the agent.
Yeah. Do we have revisions on the
Through you,
agenda?
Madam Chair, yes, what I see, and the applicant can
Yeah, can go through that with us,
confirm,
right?
variance number 1
Yes, yes.
will be amended to read 27.4%, which is 21.14 square meters, and they're removing variance number 3.
Oh, okay, so I can.
Kyle, you've been unmuted.
Hi, good afternoon, committee. Kyle Kadra here, Calvin's Architects, 25 Shepherd Avenue West, North York.
Yeah, so there's some revision that the Secretary Treasurer have mentioned, so you agree with all those, right, changes?
Yes, Madam Chair, I actually made those markups, and we also submitted, as far as I recall, an updated zoning notice dated October 30th, 2024, which reflects those changes.
Sorry, through you, Madam Chair, and to the agent. Variance number 1 used to read, in this case, 32% of the area between all rear walls of the residential building on the lot and the rear lot line will be maintained as soft landscaping. You've reduced it to 27.4?
That cannot,
Then we would have to do an automatic deferral for recirculation.
you understand, we cannot make the thing worse than you have proposed in front of us. You can only make it better.
Madam Chair, if this is the case, we would maintain as is. However, please correct me if I'm wrong, but we did submit a revised zoning notice. You know what, Madam Chair, to cut it short, if you don't have that information and if the public notice did not reflect the updated zoning notice, did it?
I don't think so,
This is the
because
updated zoning notice.
we will have a revised agenda. I think that it's only you have submitted a revised zoning notice, but that zoning notice is not, does not equal to a public notice. Yeah.
Madam Chair, then we will go ahead with item number 1 as listed on the public notice, and item number 3 will be deleted as marked here.
I let the Deputy Secretary
Okay, through you, Madam Chair, what
verify that.
the applicant is suggesting is that variance number 1 remains
remain as is.
as on the agenda, and they're removing variance number 3.
So you're not, all right, so that's,
So we can make that change on the floor of the hearing.
okay. The only change is deleting variance number 3. Okay.
Yes, Madam Chair.
So, sorry, are there any other speakers?
Through you, Madam Chair, there's no registered speakers for this item.
Yes, okay. So do we have any questions for the applicant? And do you think that we can just move into the discussion? Okay, do you have anything else you want to address the panel? We're ready to make a decision on this. Yeah. Oh, no?
Nothing on my end, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. So we are in committee now. Okay.
Chair, I remember when this came to us last time, and it was an as-built situation, so I understand why, with zero open space being provided, and we voted to defer the application because the applicant.
What do you mean by as-built? I'm sorry.
Like it was constructed whoever knows how long ago, and it was all.
Oh, it's existing condition.
An existing condition, yeah, and so.
I think they said 40 years in the materials here.
Yeah.
A long one.
It was a long existing.
But did they mention why they could not provide just additional bicycles parking? It doesn't.
The bigger issue last time was that there was zero soft landscaping.
Oh, now they
proposed.
have.
And so they've upped it significantly, and it's a very small area, and I think it's fully supportable in this state. It's the applicant has heard the committee's concerns, and I think has responded to them. So I support the application.
I understand. Yeah, you were in the other panel. You have some knowledge. I don't.
I was not. I was just jumping in to say the 40 years because I read that in these materials because it struck me. And this is the case of someone who's doing the right thing in the sense of it sounds like this was a really very long built pre-existing condition, and they've only owned the property a couple years, and they're just trying to legalize it, and now they're making the effort to improve the soft landscaping. So to me, that's supportable because they're improving a condition that has been there for a long time.
So keep a question. We already gone into committee. So question to you, Peter.
Yeah.
That the site plan representing the increase in north soft landscaping?
The site plan shows it, and it also shows permeable pavers. So
okay.
I would be.
Understand.
Yeah, they've wrapped around soft landscaping around the side, both sides, and down the middle to allow for a parking area, and then there's permeable pavers there. So I think it's I think it's a very good improvement, and I think it's supportable.
Okay.
I'm going to move approval of the application as amended. That's with variance 3 being deleted.
Okay. Anyone a second? Mr. Goss, a second. There's no conditions you mentioned. Okay, with the amended application, all in favor? Unanimously approve the amended one. Thank you. So the next item is number 25 is, no, is it 25? Yes. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was. Number 25 is 330 Sterling Road. This is also a deferred application. This is to alter the existing two-story townhouse by constructing a rear two-story addition. The existing rear basement walkout with stairs and rear ground floor concrete pad and a portion of the rear ground floor that will be demolished. And they are seeking only one variance, which is the FSI. We also receive a copy of the last hearing, the minute of last hearing, and also survey, site plan, floor plan elevations. We receive comment from Urban Forestry and also Metrolink.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have the agent online, no registered speakers for this item.
Okay.
Hello, Sebastian, you've been unmuted.
Thanks. So yes, my name is Sebastian Bartnicki.
Sorry, Sebastian, you need to speak a little bit louder. We can't hear you.
Okay, sorry. Sebastian Bartnicki of Office of Architects. The address is 165 Lauder Avenue.
Before you start, this is a deferred application, and I noticed that the reason is because it wasn't, the public notice was not posted properly, so it was an automatic deferral. So before that, you do not have any opposition, and do anyone want to have a presentation? No, we do not require presentation. Any questions to us? We do not have any question either. Do you have anything you want to address or refresh us from the last time, from the last application?
No, not really. The only reason it was deferred is because the client unfortunately forgot to put up the sign-in time. But as you can see, the addition is perfectly in line with the additions of the two neighbors to either side. The goal is simply to provide more living space to a growing family. So it's a fairly modest ask, I think.
Thank you. Yeah, so we are in committee now. No, okay, thank you.
Just can I ask?
Oh, you do have a question? We do have a question here.
No, just a comment that this like, I know that it's only one variance, but I just want to mention that we have a condition of urban forestry, condition number 2, and the warning clause of Metrolinx. I just want to know if applicant is aware of it.
No, I don't believe that I've seen these yet, but let's see.
Through you, Madam Chair, the Metrolinx is advisory, so we don't have to include the warning clause if you guys don't think it's required. And then, yes, urban forestry number 2 condition.
That we do have a forestry condition too.
Number 2, I guess.
Yeah.
5, I double check.
All right, so we are still in committee. Yeah, we can move. You can have a motion to go ahead.
Then through you, Madam Chair, I would like to put forward a motion to approve this application with only one condition of urban forestry, condition number 2.
Anyone second, please? Yeah, Mr. Goss second. All in favor of the forestry condition 2, unanimously approve with condition. So next is item number 26, and it is 1054 St. Clair's West. This is again a deferred application. Is to alter the existing 3-story mixed-use attached building by converting 2 residential units located on the 3rd floor into a daycare. The building will contain a restaurant used on the ground floor and the place of worship and a daycare on the 1st and 2nd and 3rd levels. The existing 2nd-story rear deck will be maintained. There will be no residential dwelling unit on this lot. And they're only asking for one variance, which is the FSI. Yeah. And we also receive on this application copy of the minutes of last hearing, copy of survey, site plan, floor plan elevations, and two photographs of the property, and also cover letter from the agent. And we receive a corresponding from 124 Glenholm Avenue. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have the agent as well as one registered speaker in opposition.
Okay.
At this time, we'll unmute Ben.
Hello.
Yes.
Hi, my name is Ben Gom from Project Studio Architects, 339 Boone Avenue, York, Ontario.
You do have a opposition here, so may I ask you to give us a presentation for 5 minutes maximum? Thank you.
Does it say who the person is in opposition? Because that might be, because I know that we have the owner of the property who also is registered to speak, so maybe.
Oh, I do not know.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have the owner. We also have the owner at 127 Glenholm Avenue.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Again, we are converting. Actually, the notice that we have was revised, and it doesn't seem as you guys have it, but the official purpose of application was it was changed from 2 units to 1 unit on the 3rd floor. And we have that as an official revision to that notice.
Oh, how come it's different from what we have in our package?
Through you, Madam Chair, what I'm reading is to alter the existing 3-story mixed-use attached building by converting 2 residential dwelling units located on the 3rd floor into a daycare use. Is that correct?
Right. Yeah, it's essentially correct. Yeah, we had revised it, and they sent us a revised notice that says 1, because again, after we submitted for committee of adjustment, we actually went and revised the permit and got another permit to get one of those bedrooms converted already to daycare, which we have.
Okay, but the overall build out is to convert 2 residential dwelling units into a daycare use. Is that correct? And that's what's triggering the variance.
Well, no, just one. Converting the last unit is what's triggering the variance. So we were able to go and get a permit for one of those units to be converted, and it didn't trigger the variance. It's the last one that triggers the variance. So,
but overall, you're converting 2 residential dwelling units into a daycare use on the 3rd floor.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's the purpose clause. We want to make sure that's accurate. Yeah, what we're reading, right? So.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. So essentially, the presentation that we did last time, again, halfway through, right before committee of adjustment, the owner decided to not convert. The original plan was to take out the restaurant on the ground floor and convert that to daycare as well. He then decided that they didn't want to do that. They wanted to maintain the restaurant that was there and just move the daycare that was permitted for the ground floor and move it up to the 3rd floor. Unfortunately, we didn't have the updated drawings, and that's what caused the confusion for the last meeting. So now we have the updated drawings showing what is on the 1st and 2nd floor and what's proposed for the 3rd floor. But essentially, it's one very minor variance. I mean, we're literally talking about 0.04 FSI over the 2 times limit. And the other thing that was mentioned at the previous hearing was we just wanted to really point out that we are not increasing the number of children in the daycare at all. The number of children that we were permitted for in the original permit is the exact same. So we originally granted a permit that allowed for 88 students in the daycare. We're simply taking the original daycare that was slotted for the ground floor, moving it to the 3rd floor, and maintaining the restaurant. So the number of students remains at 88. There's no increase of students at all in the proposal.
Yes, I hear all this, and I understand what you're saying. And that's that you submitted you said that you have some revised drawings. Where the revised drawing, are they in?
You should have them. We submitted it for a full, you should have those revised drawings.
When did you, yeah, sorry, I said.
Through you, Madam Chair, we're going to present them on the screen.
Okay. Did they come late?
And then the agent can just walk us through what has been changed on the plans to reflect the proposal.
Right. Are you bringing them up, or?
Yes, we are. Just give us a minute.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, the plans are presented. So applicant, if you could just tell us what has been changed on these plans?
Okay, if you want to go forward to page A2-1, 2.1. Yeah, 2.1, yeah. So this is the main page that has been changed. So on the original plans, this showed as, you know, the whole lower part of the plan was showing as daycare originally. But this is actually the existing condition. That's always been the existing condition, that the owner has decided we are going to keep it as restaurant.
Mm-hmm.
So the grayed out part is the restaurant. The part at the back is daycare, which is already built and everything's been permitted for. But really, this was the main drawing that just showed the clarification that there's a restaurant at the ground floor and not daycare at the ground floor.
Good.
And then if you go to the next page, this is existing second floor. Everything here is existing second floor. So we have the daycare continuing up on the second floor on both sides. And then the third floor. So this is the existing level 3 with the two untenanted units that we are converting into to daycare, which you'll see on the next page.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it. Just very simple clarification. Again, that was mostly about the first floor plan. That really just wanted to show and highlight that the restaurant is maintaining on the first floor, and we're moving that original proposed daycare on the first floor up to the third floor.
Mm-hmm.
That's all.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
We have questions here.
Just to clarify the purpose, but there is a sizable daycare function at the rear of the first floor, or is it just the staircase access?
No. There's that big chunk on the first floor is daycare as well.
Okay, so maybe the purpose should reflect that. Okay, right now it just says the building will contain a restaurant use on the ground level. Oh, and then on the first, second, and third. Okay, sorry, pardon me, I missed that. Okay, thanks.
Yes.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Oh, we have an opposition. Yeah, we have more speakers. Yeah. Oh, you have questions?
Yes.
Yeah.
To you, Madam Chair, I've just, as far as I remember, I sat on that hearing. So I remember even there was a residential unit at the top floor. So what happened to that residential unit?
They're not keeping it. That's what the conversion is.
They're removing. Okay.
That's what the conversion is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what the conversion is.
Okay.
Okay, let's listen to the opposition, and then if we have more questions, he's going to come back here anyway. Yeah, okay.
Through you, Madam Chair, we'll hear from the owner at 127 Glen Home Avenue. Sabrina, you've been unmuted.
My name is Sabrina Pesky, and I live at 127 Glenholm Avenue, which is 3 houses north from 1034 St. Clair Avenue West. My spouse and I previously submitted a letter of objection, and I also spoke at the last public hearing. To recap, the following are the key issues and concerns experienced since a daycare opened at 1034 St. Clair Avenue West, and the mixed-use building no longer contains a mix of residential and non-residential purposes. Disregard for posted parking regulations, leading to inadequate space for vehicles to pass, causing congestion, poor traffic flow, backlog of other vehicles, double parking, and safety risks. Blocked driveways, restricting residents' access to and from their property, and obstructed views, making it difficult for pedestrians and drivers to safely navigate the environment. Here are some examples to personalize how this has impacted my family. When exiting my driveway, I got stuck on Glenholm Avenue because 2 vehicles were illegally parked, and I didn't have adequate space to maneuver my vehicle. This left me stuck in the middle of the road with my daughter in the back seat, who was 10 months old at the time, until one of the drivers returned to their vehicle and moved it. This is an uncomfortable and stressful situation as both a parent and a driver. We've also significantly reduced the time our children play outside before dinner because we no longer feel as safe due to the increase in vehicle traffic and their unsafe and disrespectful parking practices. For me, there is a discrepancy with the messaging in the application that the number of children and number of vehicles won't change. While the daycare was approved through another process for 88 children, there have not been 88 children physically on site at this location since they opened. Therefore, if this application is approved, an already problematic situation will worsen when the daycare reaches higher occupancy and the other building uses are operational, since it will lead to an increase in vehicle traffic and parking problems when compared to current state. I attempted to quantify the impact for the committee by counting the number of vehicles during daycare pickup in September. That number was around 20 vehicles, and the impact of those 20 vehicles was already being felt. Based on information available to me, if current practices continue and the daycare reaches maximum capacity, the number of vehicles negatively impacting our residential street would reach around 44 vehicles over a concentrated period of time and space. Additionally, I want to emphasize that the daycare has not operated at this location throughout a winter season, and I'm very concerned what will result if current practices continue during inclement weather and less favorable road conditions. The committee has 4 letters of objection from immediate neighbors to 1034 St. Clair Avenue West who are directly impacted, and I know other neighbors who are growing increasingly frustrated and upset. All have called out the issues with traffic and parking that have compromised access and safety. And while there are 30+ identical and generic letters of support, the addresses of some of those individuals are a 30-minute to 1-hour walk from the area being discussed today, which I hope is considered in the weighting of support versus dissent. I'm a mom of a 5-year-old and a 1-year-old, so I know firsthand the challenge and importance of accessing daycare in the neighborhood. My issues and concerns have never been about the daycare itself, but the unintended consequences of increased traffic and dangerous parking practices that are compromising the safety and well-being of my family, neighbors, and community. While the planning efforts that occurred to secure past approvals may have attempted to account for the parking and traffic impacts, we now know the reality of what has resulted. It is clear that this area cannot seamlessly integrate what was planned for this building in the absence of a thoughtful and enforced parking and traffic control plan that has the commitment of the owners, daycare management and staff, parents, and the city to ensure the safety and accessibility for local residents and all community members using the area. I strongly believe the piecemeal nature of the approval processes and the lack of community engagement up until this zoning bylaw variance have contributed to what is being experienced. However, we now have the opportunity to reassess and course correct, and I trust this committee will guide us to an appropriate resolution. If the committee is considering approving this application, my appeal is to add conditions related to parking and traffic control that will hold the daycare accountable to ensure our shared space remains safe, accessible, and enjoyable for all of us to use, regardless of time of day or day of the week. I initially reached out to the daycare on August 26th of this year to express my concerns with the traffic and parking issues the daycare was causing and to inquire what action was being taken. This was over 3 months ago, before I had any knowledge of the first public hearing. There has been no material change over the 3 months. If the daycare sincerely wanted to be a community partner, they would have already begun to implement effective changes to prioritize safety and accessibility for all. Before further approvals are granted, I ask this committee to ensure there is a parking and traffic management plan in place, as well as appropriate enforcement to ensure the safety and well-being of the neighborhood is not further jeopardized. Thanks again for the opportunity to express my concerns and feedback.
Thank you. Any question to this speaker? Okay, no. So,
Through
yeah.
you, Madam Chair, we can go back to the agent.
Yeah. Let's have the agent. Can you please address the concern? It mainly seems to be the problem, the issue, traffic issues. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me start by saying that the owners of the daycare are very sensitive to the surrounding neighborhood, and they want to do everything possible. So in the cover letter that we submitted to the city, it was a lengthy cover letter that also said, you know, the owners of the daycare are more than willing to include in their parents' protocol package a list of ways of improving the morning and afternoon drop-off conditions, as well as having community discussions both with the neighbors, and also they've actually started in discussions with the city to be able to possibly get a drop-off area on St. Clair, which would eliminate the amount of traffic on Glenholm. So all that being said, we are very sensitive to this. All that being said, I want to remind the committee that, you know, the parking and all this talk about parking and traffic and transportation is not, it really has nothing to do with the variance at hand. I would also like to remind you that we have a permit, an approved permit for 88 children in a daycare. Whether we get this other room or not is not going to affect the change of the number of kids in that daycare. And I'll also remind the committee members that included in that permit that we got was an extensive study from traffic at the city, from planning and traffic. They did a whole planning and traffic study themselves to determine that we were warranted with a permit for a daycare for 88 kids in the daycare. You know, so those are the facts. But again, we are very sensitive. The owners of this property are very sensitive, and they want to be, you know, compliant and sensitive to the surrounding neighbors and the parking and traffic conditions. I would also just mention a last note is that throughout the last, you know, 8 months or so, a large portion of the traffic and congestion that's been going on has been construction related. Right. So there's been bins, there's been trucks, there's been all this sort of stuff. So now that they're pretty much wrapped up and done the construction, it should and will alleviate a large amount of that traffic that's been going on. So that really hasn't been taken into consideration, that a lot of those trucks, a lot of those elements that were, you know, blocking driveways and stuff, those were construction trucks and delivery, material delivery and the whole thing. So a lot of that is going to get eliminated, but they are going to be looking at their parent protocol package and having meetings with the surrounding neighbors on Glenville to come up with a solution to accommodate everybody in the neighborhood.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Can you, I have one question. This is you're changing the layout of the daycare, but there's always been a daycare there, right?
Well, there's been a daycare there for the past year.
Okay. Oh, I see. So
but that was our initial permit. Our initial permit was to
No, I'm not talking. I'm just wanting to know how long the daycare been existent or up in operation in that location, and that's all. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And then the number of students, as you say, is remain the same for the last year, and the new.
Yeah, like the number of children is not going to change because we have been granted a permit for 88 children. So the number of children is not going to change.
Thank you. Yeah, that's all.
So,
yeah. More question here, please.
Thanks, Chair. Just if you could comment briefly on how the place of worship use interacts with the daycare use, and particularly
right. So that was
around traffic implications mostly.
Yeah. So again, in the revised sheet, so I don't know why you guys don't have the revised notice, but in the revised notice that we have an official from the city revised notice, and we got them to remove the I mean, technically, we got them to remove one of the bedrooms, and up on the third floor, it's actually one bedroom, but I don't want to confuse things at all. But the other thing that we got them to remove was a place of worship, because originally the ground floor was supposed to be sort of half daycare, half place of worship. We are now eliminating the place of worship altogether. It's literally just restaurant at the ground floor and then daycare on the second and third floor. There's no place of worship.
Okay, so for the purpose of the application, are you saying we should remove and a place of worship?
Yeah.
And then just have, so restaurant use on the ground floor, comma, and daycare on the first, second, and third floors, levels?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Oh, I see. That's more, that's clear now.
Okay, thank you.
Just before we do that, though, I guess my interpretation, but it might have been incorrect, was that because this daycare is being run by Chabad, it is considered a place of worship, and that it was the daycare itself that was considered a place of worship. Is that interpretation wrong, or?
Yeah, no, that interpretation is wrong. Originally, because it's Chabad, there was an opportunity. They have another location further down on St. Clair, which is, it acts as both. So by no means does it mean because it's run by a religious organization that it has to also be a place of worship. It's just daycare. There was originally an opportunity to have daycare and a sort of space for religious ceremony on the first floor. That's now being eliminated because they want to retain the restaurants on the first floor.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, that makes more sense, yes. All right, so any more questions? We don't have any more questions for you. Now we are in committee. And I'd just like to, actually, the only reason why we deferred it last time is because the drawings are a little bit confusing because it contains all these functions. So now that's the only thing that we're asking them to do. But it seems this time they have cleaned it all up. They explain it. And look at the variance. They're asking for very minimal increase.
I think my big takeaway is what we're really deciding here is not whether to have an 88-child daycare. What we're deciding is whether to retain a restaurant on the ground floor, because they're permitted to have the 88-child daycare that has all the traffic impacts that it's going to have regardless, and they just want to retain the restaurant. And I don't think that there's any compounding traffic effect because the daycare traffic is going to be so different than the restaurant traffic.
Yeah.
And one comment I'd just like to make for the benefit of the concerned neighbor who's been having traffic issues, it's not really a zoning concern, so it's not something that really, I mean, the impact of the zoning change is a concern for us, but I would say illegal parking is not something that we're ever really contemplating, and if you're having trouble with illegal parking, what you should do is call 311 and involve parking enforcement.
Absolutely, because they're not even require any variances on the parking, despite whether we approve this application particular or not, the problem will be there.
Yeah, and this is a very dense, lively neighborhood. Like, I take it as a good sign that, the Main Street retail is so strong that they want to extend it up 3 floors. And I think a number of parents probably walk to this location, but I take it from the neighbor that there are traffic issues, and what they should do with it is call 311.
Yes. Okay. So do we have a motion?
No, I just want to get a clarification. So what we are doing now is changing the purpose of application and eliminate the place of worship?
Yes.
Yeah, we're just revising to delete and a place.
Because they don't have that.
We delete that one. And the reason I asked my previous question is because in both purpose of application on 2nd of October and this time, the last sentence what they said there will be no residential dwelling units on the lot. It's the same.
It's the same.
That's
No
why I
residential.
asked to see it is the same, but last time I remember on the on the conversation. I don't remember on the plan because the new revised plan is not before me to look, but I'll just go back to the purpose of application on 2nd of October. It's the same sentence.
Yes.
That's what the applicant told us.
Yes.
That the last residential unit is being converted.
To take care, yeah. Okay, I think that's clear. So do we have a motion? Yes.
Thanks, Chair. We have one variance before us, and it's for 14 square meters over a large three-story building. I think that's minor.
Yes.
So I move approval of the application without condition.
With the amendment purpose.
Oh, sorry, pardon me, with the purpose being amended.
Yes. Anyone want second? Mr. Goss, second. And all in favor of the amended application. Unanimously approved. Thank you. Okay, now we can move to number 27 is 33 Wallington Road, and this is, just give me a minute, okay. Oops. This is to alter the existing 2.5-story detached dwelling by constructing a new 1-story addition with a weird second floor rooftop deck above and a weird ground floor deck. They're seeking for 5 variances, and we received the minute from the last hearing, and also a copy of the survey site plan, floor plan elevations, and also a list of decisions that might affect the property. And we have 5 letters of support, 21, 27, 29, 39, and Wallington Avenue. And also we have 1 letter of concern from 31 Wallington Avenue.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have the agent online as well as 1 registered speaker.
Okay, thank you.
At this time, we'll unmute Felix.
Can't hear you anymore.
Felix, you're unmuted.
Good afternoon.
Hello, Felix, you've been unmuted.
Yes, good afternoon, members and chair. My name is Felix Lightyear of 33 Fernwood Park Avenue. I'm representing the owner on this application.
Yes. Do we have any other registered speaker?
Yes, through you, Madam Chair, we do have 1 person in opposition.
In opposition. So you do have opposition. So we would like to have a presentation from you, maximum 5 minutes. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Okay. So in front of you is the application to build a rear addition to the existing house. It's a 1-story addition to the back.
Oh, thanks.
Which creates 3 variances by the addition size, so the length of the building, as well as FSI is above the permitted. On top of the addition, we proposed a roof deck, which is replacing an existing balcony in the same location. And as the main floor deck is aligned with the addition to the west side, it creates a setback variance only for that deck. During the process, we've been in contact with community planning, who first had concerns about the size of the roof deck. We reduced the size of the roof deck and implemented privacy screens to both sides, as well as set it back by 8 feet from the rear wall below. With that, community planning had no further concerns with the proposal. Furthermore, the owner went out and discussed the proposal with both adjacent neighbors as well as other neighbors on the street. Both adjacent neighbors signaled their support and signed a letter in support, which is in front of you.
Okay.
For the variances requested, which might be more of a concern of the building length as well as the FSI and lot coverage, there are multiple community of adjustment decisions in the last 10 years in the 500 meters radius and the street and the block which support the application. So we found lot coverage is up to 55%, FSI up to 1.4%, as well as building lengths up to 22 meters in very close proximity, like in a 5-minute walk of the property. The proposal was originally scheduled for a hearing in October, but our client had a medical emergency and was therefore not able to discuss the proposal with the neighbors. That was the reason for the original referral back then.
Thank you. You finished?
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we'll get you back after we hear the opposition. Okay.
Through you, Madam Chair, we will hear from the owner at 31 Wallington Avenue. Robert, you've been unmuted.
Thank you. My name is Robert Rouse. I'm the owner of the property at 31 Wallington Avenue.
Okay.
To my knowledge, we did not sign the letters of consent from the neighbors, just because I had primarily 3 concerns that I wanted to bring up today. The first one, which the agent kindly referred to, which was the planning report from October the 10th, 2024, where the committee had made 2 suggestions. One was to reduce the size of the 2nd-story balcony, and they also recommended a privacy screen for the balcony on the west side as well as on the east side. I hadn't seen confirmation of that in the new agenda for today from about the variances. So I just wanted to follow up on that, but the agents already addressed that, said they were going to put privacy screens up.
And also,
yes.
Did they reduce the size of the deck? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So if I could call up, this is maybe unusual, but I'd like to call up the tree photos that is at the last section of the documents in support of. So it's not this file. It's a file that's on page 3, and it's called tree photos. Because that photo would actually help. So it's not in this file folder, but it is included in the documents for our discussion today.
Maybe
it's on page.
Just wait a minute. Maybe they can find it. Yeah.
Yep. Thank you.
Wait. Yeah. Maybe there is.
Through you, Madam Chair, when was this submitted?
It must have been submitted by the other party. Oh, that's it. If we can look at this second photo there that shows the backs of the house. My second concern has to do with the retaining wall that is difficult to see in this photo, but on the left side, the long wooden fence on the left side, it runs between our 2 properties. There is a wooden flower bed thing,
okay,
like wall, but just behind it through the bushes, you can see a stone wall that's a retaining wall. And if you follow that fence closer to the back of their house, the property is at 31 Wallington, or sorry, the property at 33 Wallington is about 1.22 meters lower than my side. So there's a need for this retaining wall. And it wasn't clear in their documents if they were going to build a basement level under the 1st floor level. Because I wanted to make sure that that retaining wall was either reinstalled or repurposed, or the foundation of the house was going to be used as the retaining wall for the first portion of this addition, because it is quite low between our two properties, his property line and mine.
You need the retaining wall to be there, right? And some kind of retaining wall to be there, right?
Yeah, so it's either the foundation of a basement, if they build a basement, which wasn't clear in their plan.
We can get the agent to respond to that, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then the next thing I wanted to point out was the bedroom window on the second floor of my house, which is the white bill. Sorry. I was referring to the same image there, yeah. So their proposed balcony on the back of their house, the length of the new proposal would still run past that window, and that's a bedroom window. So I wanted to make sure about the privacy screen, that it was a suitable for like blocking the view of that window from their proposed second floor balcony.
Okay, we can also get the agent to respond to that. Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
And then I just have one last point that I would like to make, if I could ask for some more time.
Yes, okay.
In my documents and their documents, we both provided surveys of our property line, but there's a discrepancy. Mine was dated 2018, and theirs was dated closer to present day. And the difference is in the property line between his house and the property line. At the back end of their house, the property line is approximately 5 centimeters overextended a little.
Yeah, before you go any further about the property line, any kind of dispute or disagreement on property lines is really beyond our mandate the mandate of this committee. So we cannot really address that. So if you have any planning issues about what is in front in the application, then we can deal with that. Yeah.
Okay, just the fact that there was a discrepancy for the site plan?
It will be someone else will address that discrepancy. No, it's not this committee though. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay. Any other?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So do you have question for this speaker?
Through you, Madam Chair, we can hear back from the agent.
Yes, please. Yeah.
Hello? Yeah.
Yes.
I'm back.
Okay, you can respond to those issues that raised by your neighbors first, the retaining wall, and also there's some privacy issues. Please. Yeah.
Yeah. Regarding the retaining wall, the addition will be constructed with a basement. If the retaining wall is still required, it will be kept in place in order to bridge that gap in the grade level. Regarding the privacy concerns, the proposed privacy screening will be 5 feet above the top of the roof deck, so that will be above the eye line, so there will be no privacy issue with the bedroom window. It extends over the full length of the deck, so it will not be possible to look into the window from the roof deck.
Yeah. So are you proposing some private screen or not? I don't understand. Can you?
Yes, it's already indicated in our plans, but it's also a condition which planning staff recommended, and we.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the planning that as in the planning report that they recommended that. Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah. Any questions to the applicant? Okay. It's okay. We don't have any more questions. Now we are in committee. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm happy to bring a motion here. I think that this is a good application, and there have been significant changes, and particularly around the size of the rear deck in the back, and I think that was the main
Oh,
concern.
yeah, that is the main concern, yeah.
Yeah, and so I think the remaining variances are relatively minor. The length is good. The deck is still quite large, but I think with the screening, that mitigates the impacts of that. So I would move approval of the application, subject to community planning conditions.
Yes, okay. No other condition, okay. Anyone want to, Ms. West, a second? All in favor with that condition? All in favor, thank you, yeah.
Madam Chair, could
Yes.
we take a
Yes.
short break?
Yes, we just, how much you need, 5 minutes or 10?
Either is fine. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, we'll come back in a few minutes, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, we resume. The next item is 28, right? Item 28, 416 Dawes Road, and okay, I'm sorry, take a couple. Oh, sorry. And this is to construct a new 3-story building. It's a Toronto Public Library and a community hub. They asking for 3 variances. And on this file, we receive survey site plan, floor plan, and elevations, 11 photographs of the property, and a cover letter from the agent, a decision affecting the property, and also 3 protection plan supplied by the applicant, and presentation material from the agent. Do we have any other speaker other than the applicant?
Through you, Madam Chair, no, we don't.
We don't. Okay. You do not have, let's give us your first name, last name, and your address for the record first, and then we can start from there. Yeah.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Valeria Sokolenko. I'm with Jackie Planning, 227 Pape Avenue. I am the applicant and the planning consultant for Toronto Public Library. I have Michael Boyce, architect, Perkinson Will with me.
Oh. Thank you very much. Yeah, since you do not have any opposition or no one shows any interest, concern, I mean, and I asked the panel whether they require a presentation. Just questions. Yeah, we do have some questions, so let's skip the presentation and then let's go into questions. Yeah.
Thanks, yeah. I was sitting on the panel when this came last time. The only question I have is, why is the merger of the lots no longer being considered?
Through you, Madam Chair. It's a bit of a complicated question, and to be honest, it may be better answered by legal services or real estate services. Our understanding when we first submitted the application was that we have these 2 properties that are owned by Toronto Public Library, that through kind of the same ownership, they would be merged and they would be treated as a single property. Through discussions with legal services and real estate services, it is our understanding that potentially through the status of the property. So for example, 416 Dawes has a plan of condominium applied to it, as well as some questions about whether or not 82 Chapman is a full block of a plan of subdivision. There were questions that came up in terms of whether or not a merger is possible or necessary, but our understanding is that does not affect zoning questions on the site, and that we are treating the 2 properties as separate properties to permit the building.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, west and east. Okay. No, I'm just looking at the side yard setbacks. That it seems what is required is quite extensive. So substantial. I mean, sorry. Yeah. So any other questions? Yeah. No. We are ready to move into discussion. You have anything you want to address us before we move into discussion? Yeah.
One quick thing through you, Madam Chair. This is the second time we're at the committee. The first time the Committee of Adjustment had accepted kind of the merit of the new library and community center. The current variances are very technical in nature. There's no change to development as proposed. It's purely to redefine how the setback requirements or permissions are being understood in terms of the front lot as it relates to Chapman Avenue as opposed to Dawes Road, specifically for the 82 Chapman Avenue portion of the site. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we are in committee now, so anyone want to start? Seems that is a very good proposal. And
yeah, I can start just because I heard it last time and I was impressed with the proposal. I think the city and the library board did a very good job with it, and I know that they consulted the neighbors to the west, and there was a lot of back and forth. But I think what's before us is there's no change in the built form. It's just a legal question in terms of the ownership, and so I think this is a technical variance, and I move approval without condition.
Yeah, anyone want second? Mr. Goss second, and with no condition we approve. All in favor? All in favor, unanimously approved. Thank you for coming. Yes. So item number 29 is 136 Millicent Street. this, let me read this. This is to construct a new three-story semi-detached apartment building. It's a multiplex containing 6 residential units and with front and rear balconies on the second and third floor story, 2 rooftop terraces above the third floor, and front and rear entrances on the ground floor and front and rear basement walkout. They're seeking 10 variances. And on this, we also receive surveys, site plan, floor plan elevations, and a revised site plan and floor plan elevations, and also 2 photographs of the property and agent corresponding memo and a rental housing demolition conversion declaration and the supporting material by the agent. And the red line public hearing is some revision there, and zoning waiver by the agent, and cover letter from the agent. We receive also reports from urban forestry and also transportation engineering. We also receive a staff report from community planning. There are positions from 138 and 146 Millicent Street.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have the agent online as well as some registered speakers.
Okay.
Craig, you've been unmuted.
Yes.
Good evening.
Yes. Can you give us your first and last name and your address, please?
Craig Race, 100 Lombard Street.
Yes, you do have some oppositions, but you also have some kind of some revisions. Can you go through the revisions first before your presentation, please? Yeah.
Certainly, as you see on the screen, some minor alterations were made to improve 3 of the variances. These were done through a combination of requests from transportation staff and from community planning staff.
Okay.
And are all improvements, so better than went out in the public notice.
Or improvement, okay. Do we have to go through them, or we have all of them?
Through you, Madam Chair, the applicant has to state them for public record.
Just for the public record, yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Certainly, so the rear north lot line setback will now be 5.0 meters being proposed. Per number 2, the east side lot line setback will now be 0.25 meters.
Okay.
And the floor space index will be 1.99 times the lot area, or 255 meters squared.
Thank you. And there are all the revisions. Thank you. So now you can start with your 5-minute presentation. Yeah, thank you.
Certainly, if staff could please pull up our presentation material. The application before you is technically considered an apartment building, but I consider this a multiplex. It is for 6 units. All units in the project have a front door that exits directly to outside, so there's no common space. It's simply a very, I think, efficient use of urban housing. If you could go to the next page, please. The location of the site is near Bloor and Lansdowne. It's a fairly quick walk to a subway station and to the GO train and the Up Express, as well as multiple 24-hour bus lines. It is within a residential zone category where multiplexes are permitted use, as are apartment buildings. Next page. Excuse me, next page, please. It's a very unique site. It's a small site relative, sorry, if you could go back 1 page, please. It's small relative to the adjacent properties, but only because it's near a corner and the intersection of 2 laneways and flanking streets. The existing attached neighbor to the west is a 3-story structure, multiplex. To the east is a public lane, across from which is a 2.5-story home with a laneway suite. And then adjacent to the rear lot line are garages that front onto the flanking laneway. Next page, please. The 5-meter rear yard setback that was revised to, in concept, was meant to reflect the separation required from a one-story garden or laneway suite. This was arrived at through consultation with community planning and essentially mimics the condition as though the lot were deeper and we were building an accessory dwelling unit behind the structure. We're substantially less than permitted depth for the site. However, we do have a rear yard setback variance because of the unusual nature. Next page, please. It's worth noting that this area permits 4-story buildings. So the proposed height is actually not only below the permitted height, but also substantially less in terms of what's possible for a 4th floor from a setback and height perspective. The east setback, which I mentioned was increased slightly, now reflects the existing setback on the site. So the footprint is essentially the same as the existing building, although it is made slightly deeper, similar to the depth of the neighbor to the west. We are proposing accessible rooftop patios as outdoor space for the units. However, the accessible area has been pulled back substantially, also through consultation with community planning. Next page, please. We've prepared a quick lot study to show building depth relative to the neighbors. And as you can see, about 2/3 of the adjacent homes are actually deeper than the building we are proposing here. We intentionally aligned it with the prevalent depth of homes along the streets so that it maintained the typical character of rear yards and front yards for the context. Next page, please. And as I mentioned, any area of the 4th floor, which is permitted within the height requirements, is pulled back in order to prevent any privacy or overlook concerns to adjacent rear yards. We think this is doubly served by the fact that it only fronts onto a public lane and really is only overlooking garage structures. However, we felt this was necessary to really minimize the impacts of the proposal. Next page, please. The neighbor has undertaken a thorough outreach to neighbors. We've also been in consultation with the councillor, community planning and transportation. Staff have both submitted reports recommending approval for the application. And final page, please. Although this appears unique when you look at the variances, from a form perspective, it's very similar to the multiplexes I regularly design every day in my office. We just had a unique circumstance with a unique lot where we could actually accommodate more housing than the bylaw contemplates in a way that's much more efficient than a typical lot allows. So we feel that this is a suitable approach to the city's much needed EHON initiatives and rental housing requirements. And I'd be pleased to answer any questions with respect to the application. Thank you.
So we listen to the opposition first, and okay, let's listen to the opposition first. We'll bring you back, okay? Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, we'll hear from the owner at 138 Millicent Street. Angela, you've been unmuted.
Hi, it's Anne Piggott at 138 Millicent Street. I am the common law partner of Herberto Vera, technical owner of 138 Millicent Street. He is unfortunately picking up our children, so I'm here to talk to you today.
Can you hear her? Can you hear?
Sorry.
Hello?
Hello, Angela. Can you just speak a little bit slower and louder? We can't, it's breaking up.
Oh, apologies. I had to relocate because my children are on the way home. So I'm as close as I can be to the internet, but with less noise. Do you need me to start with my name again?
No, why? No, just go ahead with your presentation, yeah.
Okay, so as mentioned, I live at 138 Millicent Street. We share a party wall with the current residents. We are technically a duplex, not some 3 or 4 story multiplex as they're making out. We are a family home. We have 2 small children, and our primary concern is the fact that they want to tear down the other half of our structure and build an apartment building with 6 neighbors who will share a wall with us, 1 home. The noise from that alone is a concern. I can hear the opera singers next door on a regular basis, not a complaint. They have great voices, but having 6 units to the 2 that are there will be a significant impact to my enjoyment of life and ability to work. Also, in addition to tearing down the wall, a couple years ago, they drilled into their front of their building in the structure, in the foundation to fix some plumbing. That caused flooding in my basement. It didn't touch my foundation, but I had water running at the next rainfall just from them drilling a small hole. So I can't imagine them tearing down the entire house will not impact the structure of my building and my ability to keep my home and my family safe during the construction phase. I understand that maybe 4 stories is permitted. No other houses on our street are 4 stories. Our yards are unique. We are close to the end of the street. We do not have laneway access. We have shorter lots. So their depth that they have provided is not in comparison to the ones with the shorter lots. So by them extending further back, they will create a dark shadow in my yard. I will not have any sunlight in my yard. I will have a 4-story wall surrounding me. I have 3 yards that surround me now. So I would not have any sunlight. I would not be able to enjoy my deck or my yard during the summer at all. Sorry, I'm trying to speak quick because I know I only have 5 minutes. So the height of it is my concern, and the depth of it. So if they were to build in the 3-story frame of everyone else and the depth of the units that have a shorter lot, I would not object to it. My objection is them trying to act like they are one of the longer lots and creating a dark, gloomy yard that I would have to live with, plus 6 units, again, abutting to my 1. Also, just in the interest of time, as long as the transportation is good with their side, I'm good with their side, because that laneway is used by large vehicles all the time. And if they get hit by a large vehicle, my building is then impacted. So the fact that they've made it smaller, I appreciate. My other concern is the garbage. I know it doesn't need to be indoors, but if you're going to have 12 garbage bins out on garbage day, their front yard is not wide enough for the bins to go out there. So they need another means of getting rid of waste. And parking. They currently take up 2 permitted spots. By increasing the number of units, not only could they increase the number of permitted spots, but also visitors. They're not offering visitor parking. They have an access to the laneway if they wanted to build a back parking spot. Instead, they want to build deeper back. This tells me that they're just here to maximize their profit without taking into consideration that my house will now be worth significantly less because no one wants to live attached to a 6-unit apartment building. No one in their right mind is going to say, oh, I want to live there with my family. So they clearly have not taken into consideration those around us. Yes, they've tried to talk to people. No one I have talked to has said that they support this, but they are not directly impacted in the way I am. So many of them were not willing to speak up. Do I still have time?
Thank you.
My timer's not showing up.
Yeah, thank you. Don't go away yet. I just want to check whether we have questions for you.
Yeah, I do.
Yes, please, go ahead, yeah.
Can you describe the layout of your home? So it's a duplex. How's the duplex divided and where are you located within it?
There is a basement unit, and then the first floor and second, our 3rd floor is only half the depth of our house. So we have 2.5 floors essentially for ourselves. So we have 3 bedrooms, and then the main floor is kitchen, living room, etc., living space.
So basically 2.5 floors above grade with a basement apartment.
Yeah.
And are you the homeowner?
We're common law partners. He's picking up the children because 6 o'clock is pickup time.
No worries. Okay, thanks.
He has owned the house since 2001.
Any more questions to this speaker? Okay, thank you. Any other speakers?
Through you, Madam Chair, we'll hear from the owner at 179 Emerson Avenue.
179.
Sandra, you've been unmuted. Hello, Sandra.
Hi, it's Sandra from 179 Emerson.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we have some concerns, me and my husband. We are the owners at 179 Emerson. So we're going to explain the concerns we have.
Yes, please. You have 5 minutes to do that. Yeah, we are ready for you. Yeah.
Okay, they had the 6 times the space. They went almost 3.5 times larger than the permitted lot size, floor space. And the garbage, where are they going to store all their garbage cans? Because you're coming the lawns as being soft landscaping. If they put all the garbage cans for 6 units, where are they going to put them? There is going to be no soft landscaping. It's all going to be covered in garbage cans. Our main concern from that was that the back of our garage has been used as a dumping ground for previous owner of that house. And we prefer not to have 6 people dumping garbage because they don't have enough garbage space, or they're used up all the soft landscaping. Also, are they required to have fire escapes, the secondary fire escapes for the second and third, and for the 2 units on the second and third floors? Because they only have one exit through the single staircase. On the laneway, they say that they want an exemption for how close it is to the side. The only part that's actually the 0.25 that they say is existing is a fence that the previous owner put up, and she sort of pushed it out a little bit from the building. So they want to take the whole building to where the fence line is. And that laneway access is the only one that can be used for any kind of large vehicles, because the turning radius on the other 2 entrances is really tight, and they got bollards on them, so you have to go back and forth to get through. If they make it narrower through the laneway access, then larger vehicles are going to have a real hard time getting in. Also, the apartments they're putting in there are only 400 square feet. So if they're putting 2 of the apartments are 400 square feet, and one of them is 450 square feet. I don't know if that's going to be sufficient to have, that's going to be basically single people living in them. And that tends to be a lot noisier than what I would prefer. It would be better if they had 3 family size ones rather than 4 sub 500, 400 square foot apartments. Also, with the garbage, they were supposed to, they're getting an exemption for not enclosing the garbage cans. We've had rat and raccoon problems for the last 2 years, ever since the construction at the Galleria started. And without it being closed, I suspect that tenants don't tend to put garbage in as nicely as other people, as owners do. What else? Also, during construction, is that laneway going to be blocked the entire time? Or will they be required to make it so that they allow access when people need to get through?
That's the only easy access way with bigger trucks.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
And is there any, I guess you don't deal with construction, whether there's dust mitigation.
All right. You finished, or you want to?
Yes.
Have 30 seconds. Okay.
Sorry, through you, Madam Chair. Sir, can you just state your first and last name?
Oh, Ted Ma.
Sorry, say that again.
Ted Ma.
Thank you.
You got his address too, right? Yeah. I didn't get his address.
You're at 179 Emerson Avenue.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I do have a question. I mean, you can answer me. You know that the laneway now is being used to access to those garages, right? And also it's linked to another 2 laneways. Do the cars from the other laneway also use this laneway as exiting or entry?
There's 3 entrances and exits to the laneway.
Yeah.
2 of them have very tight right-hand corners on it. So all the pickup trucks and SUVs all use the Millicent exit.
So they can use this laneway as access to the other two laneways too, right? Is that right? Yeah.
No, it's one long laneway.
Mm-hmm.
It's a garage. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. All right. Any other questions? Yeah. Okay.
Okay, through you, Madam Chair, then we'll hear from the owner at 127 Millicent Street.
Yes. Mm.
Manisha, you've been unmuted.
Hello, my name is Manisha Agarwal Shifaletti, and I live at 127 Millicent Street, which is across the street from the proposed building on 36 Millicent Street.
Yes, you have 5 minutes to give us your concern, or tell us your concern. Yeah. Oh, did we lose?
Hello? Manisha? Yes, you can start your 5 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you. Yeah.
As proposed, the 6-unit apartment building plan for 136 Millicent Street is not an appropriate solution to the housing crisis in the city of Toronto. Overall, I am opposed to the construction of a 6-unit building on the street. The building is currently a semi-detached house on a laneway on a one-way residential street. Many houses on our street contain multiple units. However, the scale of the proposed building is incongruous with the streetscape and the lot size. In addition, the majority of the proposed units are quite small, less than 500 square feet for each one-bedroom apartment. A report on the missing middle of housing in the city by the Canadian Urban Institute reports that close to 1/3 of families who rent in Toronto experience overcrowding pressure. This indicates the city is in need of more family-sized housing options, especially in residential communities like ours. This is instead of these small units. If this site is going to be developed, I would like to see the building be redesigned to a fourplex within the existing footprint or slightly larger, in keeping with the city of Toronto's development goals for multiplexes, which include designs working towards multi-generational households and housing for families. With regards to specific variance requests from the applicants, there are two that give me great concern as a neighbor. First, the application requires variance on the requirement to house garbage in a secure way, as stated in other people's objections. This is also very concerning to me. The applicants must design a safe and clean method of storing and managing bins on the property to assure that waste is properly stored and we don't increase the pest problem that has been reported in the past. Incidentally, collecting garbage would certainly be easier and require fewer bins if this building was a fourplex. Second, the current plans indicate the building will take up a significant portion of the lot size, and this leaves little room for pedestrians to move around the building itself without walking in the laneway. As this is a heavy traffic laneway with large cars and trucks, this could be especially dangerous during dark, wintertime, etc. And I defer to the written commentary of the neighbors at 138 Millicent Street who have indicated larger problems with the laneway access and building size in their letter. Finally, everyone in Toronto deserves a safe place to live. More housing is needed to fit a range of lifestyles and needs. However, this 6-unit building as proposed is not an appropriate solution. I oppose the proposal in its current form, and I ask that the applicants and the committee take my concerns seriously and into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, yes. Any question to this speaker? No. Do we have more?
Sorry, I realized my mic was muffled a little bit, so would it be possible to restate something I said at the beginning?
Sorry, I can't.
Sure, yes, you can.
Oh, you can? Okay, I can't hear what your question is, yeah.
Okay, thank you. So I just wanted to reiterate that I'm opposed to the construction of a 6-unit building on the street. The current building is a semi-detached house on the laneway, and our street is a one-way residential street. Many of the houses on our street contain multiple units. However, as stated previously, none of them are as large as this, and none of them contain as many units as this. The scale of the proposed building is incongruous with the streetscape and the lot size. In addition, the majority of the proposed units are quite small, less than 500 square feet for each one-bedroom apartment, of which there are 4 proposed. And a report on the missing middle of housing in the city by the Canadian Urban Institute reports that close to 1/3 of families who rent in Toronto experience overcrowding pressure by the national occupancy standards, unquote. This indicates that the city is in need of more family-sized housing options, especially in residential communities like ours. This is instead of small units. And certainly we currently have many of these being built in the 2 giant condo developments at the Galleria Mall and at Bloor and Dufferin. So if the site is to be developed, I would like to see the building be redesigned to a 4-plex within the existing footprint or slightly larger, in keeping with the City of Toronto's development goal for multiplexes. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. All right. Any questions to this speaker? Okay.
Through you, Madam Chair, we can go back to the agent.
Craig, you're unmuted. Craig, you're unmuted. Craig, you're unmuted. Through you, Madam Speaker, the agent is unmuted.
Oh, hello, can you hear me?
Oh, now we can hear you. Yes. Yeah.
My apologies, not sure what was happening there. Would you like me to speak to the comments?
Yes, yes. Please address the concern first, and then we might have questions to you. Yes. Thank you.
Certainly, and if staff could bring back up my presentation material, these, I would say, can be summarized into 3 categories. Transportation being the first one I'd like to address, which we actually did quite a lot of work in working with transportation staff at City Hall to review this application. Transportation staff are the reason why one of the variances was altered today to increase the side yard setback. Simply to note, they requested we maintain the existing setback and not go 1 centimeter further, which is what we are now proposing. We were able to do this without negatively affecting the units and felt that it was an acceptable compromise. So the condition of the laneway will be exactly staying the same. And that was viewed as supportable by staff and up to their typical standards for laneway situations such as this. Many of the comments related to the massing and the scale of the project, which we also had quite a lot of dialogue with city staff on, specifically community planning. Maybe if staff could go to our 3D rendering. Most of this related to the rear yard setback and the top floor, the roof access. We were asked to increase the rear yard setback to 5 meters, which would mimic that of a garden suite, as I mentioned previously. And if you were to imagine this was a quote unquote typical depth lot, what you see here is exactly the configuration of multiplex and rear yard adjacent to a laneway structure that we're starting to see all over Toronto. That was something that staff requested, and that's why we're seeking a 5-meter rear yard setback. Moreover, they did ask us to reduce the size of the top floor. That top level only provides access to outdoor space for the units. There are no rooms in that area. And we were asked to reduce its footprint so that any impacts with respect to shadowing or perceived massing would be concentrated to the center of the existing building footprints, not towards the edges where it could create an undue burden on the rear yards of the adjacent spaces. I do think this will have an impact on the attached neighbor's elevated second floor deck. But that deck is elevated and does have good access to light beyond that of an at-grade condition. And we think that these were reasonable compromises that we were directed to execute by staff in order for them to support it. Finally, there were a lot of comments related to the size of units, the number of units, whether or not we're providing fire-safe conditions. With all due respect, I quite strongly disagree with a lot of those comments. I think this building offers quite reasonable units, 2 studio units, 2 one-bedroom units, and 2 two-bed, 2-bath units. This is exactly the type of unit that the EHON initiatives and the multiplex bylaws conceived when they were passed by council. These will be market rental housing, and there's something that Toronto needs. And I think this is a location where this type of housing is going to serve the community very effectively, and hopefully increase the quality of housing in the neighborhood, or at least start to establish a precedent of what we view as a reasonable compromise between the bylaws and the unique character of these properties. I'd be happy to answer any questions that the committee might have. Thank you.
Yes, I do have one question. You have mentioned that you work with community planning. That's great. But have you talked to your semi-detached neighbor? And in my view, I think they are the most impacted property. What kind of discussion you have, or communications actually? Yeah.
Yes, thank you. The owner has had discussions with them, and their comments related to construction impact are certainly well received. We regularly construct homes attached to other homes in Toronto, and this is something that our builders will be more than capable of executing in a safe manner. With respect to their comments about sound attenuation between the units, this is actually something that would be improved by upgrading the party wall, which will happen as part of this application. So if opera singers do continue to live in this building, they're less likely to hear them rather than the existing condition. And certainly these are tight quarters, but they're not unusual for Toronto, and we would be interested in maintaining a respectful site that is safe and keeping communication open with neighbors.
Now, what about, I think main concern also is the extension of the length of the building to the backyard. The big concern that they almost got boxed in. And with the extra story and with the extra height of your roof access, is almost double the height they have to your next door neighbor. Have you discussed that with them too? Yeah.
So it's nowhere close to double the height of the neighbor. They are a 3-story structure, so we are 1 story taller. And with respect to depth, their existing depth is 14.
I'm talking about you have also added the roof access, which is the full height of a story, right? That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yes, that's correct. And that will be 1 story taller than the neighbor. If you go back to the photos, I believe, have a small photo of their upper addition in the bottom right corner. And with respect to depth, their depth is currently 14.4 meters, and we're proposing 15.1 meters. So the depth is, I would say, fairly consistent with the neighbor and with the street in general.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. And you said that they have 3-story. I do not see they have 3-story. They are 2-story, and you propose.
So it's a rear addition. If you go back to our supporting material, we have a small thumbnail image on that 3rd page in the bottom right. Scroll down slightly. You can see the bottom right there. That's the attached neighbor.
Oh, so you mean the white thing sticking out is theirs too?
Yeah.
Correct,
okay.
Yes.
Oh, okay, now I can see. Yeah, all right, thank you.
Do you mind, Madam Chair, if I ask?
Yeah, sure, yeah, please.
One of the concerns of one of the neighbors was about fire egress, and obviously you're going to comply with the building code, but my understanding from reviewing the materials is that only one entrance is required because all of the entrances go directly to the exterior. Is that correct?
That is correct. If a building has common space between units, that is what triggers the requirement for a unit to need a secondary means of egress. We avoid that in our projects partly for spatial efficiency, but also because we think it creates a more home-like access to a suite where you have a front door adjacent to a street or in some cases rear yard. So it was actually the flanking laneway that allowed us to provide this in such an efficient manner. And it's fairly typical to what a lot of the neighbors are permitted as of right. A fourplex with a laneway suite is as of right for all adjacent properties, as are apartment buildings. The number of units is not a variance here. And I think the context allowed for this opportunity to create this housing so efficiently.
Yeah, I thought it was quite remarkable that number of units wasn't a variance, so it definitely is an interesting location from that perspective. There are two variances that cause me some concern that in particular that I'd like you to address. So variance 10 regarding the bike spaces, if we impose the transportation condition to put in bike spaces, they essentially cancel each other out. So I'd like to know your thoughts on that. But my more core concern is variance 4 about waste, because that is something that also has come up from the neighbors as a concern. How is it that your design is going to deal with the waste, given that it's not going to be enclosed?
Mm-hmm. Bin enclosures can be accommodated on the site, excuse me, within the soft landscaping being shown. So although that's not indicated, the variance is actually specific to an apartment building, which imposes a much stricter analysis of waste collection than a multiplex would, for example. So if this were a fourplex under that bylaw, there would be no variance for this. It's simply because this applies to any building that's 5 to theoretically hundreds of units that this is triggered. But the site will require 4 bins, and we can accommodate that within the site design.
But you can use the soft landscaping area because you promised to give what you are applying for. If you cover it up with bins, that means that you don't have enough, so lost soft landscaping.
Yeah, perhaps I misspoke. We can add bin enclosures and still comply with soft landscaping requirements. So it is thought about in the site design.
Could staff maybe pull up the site plan and we can talk about where that'll be done?
Yeah, the revise. Yeah, I see. I mean, they indicate the back. Yeah, this. Besides the stairs, all soft landscaping, right? So
yeah, could you zoom in on the rear yard? So where are you thinking that you could accommodate a bin enclosure without affecting the soft landscaping calculation?
It's not indicated here, but it would be located along either the north or the east fence, or forgive me, the north or the west fence, and be accessed by the pathway that's being shown.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And certainly, if the committee would like to impose a condition that we provide a bin enclosure or something to that effect, we would be happy to accept it.
Yeah, I mean, that is something that would give me comfort here. I understand what you're saying. This is only 2 more units than a fourplex, and it's putting on apartment requirements, but there needs to be a dividing line between a fourplex and an apartment somewhere in terms of waste. And I guess my only concern is if we put on that condition, is it going to negatively affect the soft landscaping?
No, it will not. We have thought this through, and apologies for not showing it here, but if you include that condition, we can accommodate it without affecting the variances.
Okay, and so the language would be an enclosure, which you would still need variance for, because it wouldn't be within a wholly enclosed building, but you'd be building an enclosure around those waste receptacles.
Correct.
I'm sorry, maybe it's not the same because the variance for indicating it has to be inside.
Yeah, that's what I was saying is we would still have to grant variance for, and it would be a condition that it be in an enclosure, because we'd still be granting them relief. It still wouldn't be.
Yeah, the release from the variance, but we impose a condition that they have to provide an enclosure somewhere in the backyard.
Yeah, that's what we're discussing, and then in committee we can talk about whether that's advisable or not.
Yeah.
And what about the other one, the bike parking spaces? Would you be? I mean, what I would. What would tend to be my inclination in a situation like this would be perhaps to grant the variance and then impose the transportation condition, but maybe the variance can just be removed if they're sort of exactly the same. What's your thought on this transportation proposed condition number 2?
So I would also prefer the transportation condition, but with the variance granted for the reason you just mentioned. The bike parking requirements in the apartment bylaw can be challenging to translate into a multi-unit building with no common space, but we're happy to indicate bike storage within the units or on the site in order to satisfy that condition.
Okay.
I don't feel comfortable with that only because it's a direct contradiction. You grant them relief and then you impose the transportation condition. I'm not.
So forgive me, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
The complication comes from the apartment bylaws requirement for short-term bicycle parking spaces. Those do have to be accessible on the site and would affect soft landscaping, not within the units. So we can satisfy the transportation condition to provide spaces. It's just how we provide it that deviates from the bylaw.
I see. Okay.
Through you, Madam Chair, then, and to the agent, for variance number 10, we could word it that you are going to be able to provide a minimum of 7 bicycle parking spaces, but it just won't be at the rate that the bylaw requires based on long-term versus short-term.
I'm certainly open to that. It always makes me nervous to deviate from staff's written variances, but I'm sure we can make that work. And certainly I don't want to get hung up on such a detail. We will find a way to satisfy that requirement. I think there's a bigger picture here that's worth focusing on, and we will resolve whatever details the committee wishes to proceed with.
So through you, Madam Chair, I mean, it is conflicting.
Yeah.
So I think, the variance could be reworded to amend what transportation services is requesting. And then that way we're securing the variance as well as the condition, and it's consistent. It's not saying 2 different things.
Yeah, I think it will create more confusion.
Yeah, I mean, I would tend to defer to the Secretary Treasurer, who is a very experienced planner, as to the best way to incorporate that.
So how do we word it?
Well, I think based on the way the variance is worded, we can just say that in this case, a minimum of 7 bicycle parking spaces will be provided on site, but will not meet the minimum rate, and leave it at that.
Yes.
That sounds fine to me.
And then we can go further by saying, will not meet the minimum rate of 1.1, blah, 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 allocated as 0.9. Like we can just, finish it off as it is, but at least we're securing that there's going to be 7, and it's going to be long-term, not short-term parking spaces.
Those were all of my questions. I'm not sure if other members have questions.
Any other questions? Okay, we do not have any more questions, right? We do not. Now we are in committee. Mr. Craig, sorry. So, okay, who wants to start comment, motion?
My comment is I'm very sympathetic to the semi-detached neighbor. Construction in a semi-detached is not ever pleasant. But unfortunately for her, that's not what's before us. What's before us is the zoning.
But I have a slight take on that. I agree. It's almost make me very, if I were going to not support it, it make me very sad because it is some kind of, it is a good proposal, but I have a feeling, I look at it, it's a little bit overbuilt. On the expenses for the neighbor, the semi-detached. On one point that they want to use the rooftop area, which is fine, but to build a full access there with some more extra room, I think it's pushing the edge of on the expenses of the next door neighbor. I feel that a little, to me, I do not know how they will put garbage bin enclosure without touching the landscaping. But later on, if they are doing it, it's very hard to sort of enforce that again. I just feel that it's a slightly.
I think the fourth floor, like the rooftop deck with a full access doesn't bother me so much because they are, as of right, allowed a fourth floor, and the way they've located it, it's kind of to the interior of where the third floor deck is of the semi-detached. So it's more the construction impacts that I'm concerned about, less the actual impacts of this project. And there actually isn't a variance for height or for number of floors. And the other thing with the rooftop decks is that they both sort of face the laneway, which I thought was an intentional decision to sort of mitigate their impact. So that aspect doesn't concern me. I do think it's a unique site, and it is a proposal that takes advantage of the unique site and maybe builds to the limit of what would be acceptable there, but I don't know that I would characterize it as an overbuild. I think it's I think it's supportable with some of the conditions that we've already sort of discussed, but that's my take.
And through you, Madam Chair, I understand that the transportation have some condition and they want to approve it on city staff as well. But I still believe that variance number 3, the FSI of 2.05 versus 0.6 times, it's not minor. But I understand, I was listening to everyone, and still I'm not convinced for variance number 4. That how do they want, if we want to just put a condition, so what if we just remove that variance? So if we remove it, means that they can't do that. But
remove
at the same
which one? Sorry.
No, it's just my confusion about variance number 4 when we had a discussion that we want to keep it, but put a condition that leave it.
Yeah, I'm happy to sort of explain the thought process on that. It's because variance number 4. It relates to the requirement to have it within the building itself. Correct. And the condition that we're saying, no, we won't need to have it within the building. They're saying they're going to build an enclosure around it. So, like if you've ever seen outside, like a wood box sort of around.
Mm-hmm. But not on the back, like on the landscape area. Because they already.
Well, the agent is saying that it will be in the landscape area, and that somehow will.
They will have to come back.
That'll be for them to satisfy.
They have to go. They have to
That'll
come
be
back
for
to
them
committee.
to satisfy the building examiner that is the case if we do it this way.
No, what it is that they said if they reduce the landscaping at which they committed to, they will have to apply again for the reduction of landscaping. But is that clear? Yeah.
That was just my thoughts and comments on this.
Yeah. And that's actually everything cumulatively make me feel a little bit uneasy. That's it on this one.
That's fair.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think I agree with you guys. I think this is pushing the limit, but I think I do support it with the conditions that Phil has brought up. I think those are smart. I think the thing that it's done well is often we see these kind of massing of buildings, and then they have the big exit stairs in the back, right, which create a really big massing in addition to the actual building. But this is all contained internally, and I think that goes to lessen the impact of the built form. And I do take the kind of theory of the applicant that treating the garage of the neighbor to the north as kind of laneway suite condition. I mean, it kind of makes sense, I think. And I know this area well, and especially with this laneway configuration, there's a lot of different angles and built form adjacencies that are going on. And I think this kind of works, but I think this is really pushing the limit, but I'd support it.
Yeah, I feel the same thing. Pushing the limit, no another floor.
Yeah, I think the one that was helpful to me was when he showed that it's not going further back than a lot of what else is in the street. That was helpful.
And also the extra height that I sort of feel uncomfortable with is that I do agree with you that he's putting it in the center of the building where you cast shadow, it will be casting on the roof of the neighbors rather than the backyard or something.
So, I think I'll put forward a motion now then. I'll put forward a motion to approve it, subject as revised, and also as amended with respect to variance 10. And subject to the transportation conditions, subject to forestry condition number 3, subject to the condition that the waste bins be contained within an enclosure in the rear yard.
Yes.
Oh, and subject to the community planning conditions.
That's it, right? Even the conditions are to the limits.
Sorry, so community planning, they have 2 conditions. Transportation services has 2 conditions. Urban forestry, number 3.
Yes.
And then the enclosed structure for the waste and recycle materials,
Receptacles,
right?
yeah.
Or something, okay.
Exactly.
Yes. Mm-hmm. So there's a motion on the floor. Who wants to second that? Mr. Reed second. And all in favor with all the condition and amended application? Yes, 3-1 Miss West dissent, yeah. Okay, thank you. It's approved with all the conditions and amended application. Thank you. Yeah. Wow, I've gone through that one. It's now item number 30, which is 399 Woodfield Road. And for this one is to alter existing 2-story semi-detached dwelling by enclosing and converting the front porch into habitable space. And also we construct the front porch there and walkway. They're seeking 3 variances. And then we also receive a copy of survey, site plan, floor plan, and elevations, 5 photographs of the property, and staff report from Urban Forestry, and also advisory comment from Metrolink.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have the agent online, no registered speakers for this item.
Okay.
Hi there, I'm Alexandra Racher, talking on 399 Woodfield Road.
Mm-hmm.
I am the agent for this application.
Yes.
We are proposing to enclose on the existing porch, and all of the variances that we are looking for are based around that we are using the exact footprint of the existing front porch in its place. We are not going beyond the walls that are there. We are using the same roof line. and nothing is extending out beyond what is currently there. So what is currently there is not in line with updated zoning requirements, and we are just looking to enclose it from there.
Thank you very much. Yeah, since you do not have any opposition, I think we go straight to questions if the panel wants to ask. We do not have any questions. You already told us how why you're doing it. So we are in committee now. Okay, yeah. Ms. West, yes, please.
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. This is a very minor application with three variants. Therefore, I would like to put forward a motion to approve this application with only one condition of urban forestry, number 3.
Yes, and one second. Mr. Reed, second. All in favor with condition. Unanimously approved with forestry condition. Thank you. So now we're item number 31 is 17 Eden Park. And for this is to construct a new 2-story detached dwelling by constructing a front integral garage and a front cover porch and a rear ground floor deck. And also there's going to be an in-ground swimming pool in the rear yard of the property. The garage will be demolished. They are seeking 6 variances. And we receive a copy of survey, site plan, floor plan, elevation, 2 photographs, and a cover letter from the agent, and a staff report from urban forestry. And we do not have anything else, yeah. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have the agent online, no registered speakers for this item.
Okay.
Denise, you've been unmuted.
Hi there, my name's Denise Papaconstantino. I live at 17 Eden Park Road.
Okay.
I am the current owner and a resident, and I'm looking to have our 5 variances approved. We provided a cover letter just sharing with everyone that we've been living in East York for the last 8 years. We continue to grow our family and settle our roots in East York. The Parkview Hills community has been more than amazing and welcoming since we moved in July. And everything that we're seeking to get approved is, one of the variances is to add a second floor, which we wouldn't be able to do, but we will be using the existing wall. The other one is in order to integrate a garage, we'd have to encroach on one of the setbacks. And unfortunately, we've been victims to car theft twice over the last 3 years in East York. And then I believe the one on the front is just a covered porch, which seemed like a nice detail while our daughter rides her bike on the front.
Thank you. So you do not have any oppositions here. I think that our panel would just like to move into, if they have questions for you. So we do not need a presentation. I don't know. No questions? Oh, okay. We do not have any questions. Thank you for all the comments you give us. So we are ready to move into discussion. You okay? We're going to take it into the committee. Okay, let's do it. Yeah.
I'll just move right into a motion. This is a variety of small variances that are in keeping with the sorts of variances that you can see have been granted to other houses in the area. It's consistent with the built form of houses that are getting rebuilt in this way, and for those reasons, I think it's minor. I would move to approve it subject to forestry condition 1.
Okay, Ms. West, second, and all in favor?
Could I just note?
Oh, sorry.
No. Just in the purpose, it's a small typo. The garbage is garbob.
I had
just to address that.
Someone is hungry. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Well, let's make that typo. The typo correction we do not need to say is amended, right? Okay. All right. So all in favor with the condition? Approve. Approve unanimously. Yeah.
And I seconded.
And you second? Yes, I got that done. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, now we move to item number 32, and 32 is 12 DUSTAN CRESCENT. This is to construct a new 3-story detached dwelling. It's a duplex with an integral garage and a rear 3rd-story covered deck and a front and a rear cover porches. And also there will be a total of 4 residential units on this lot. And they are seeking 5 variances. And we also receive a survey, site plan, floor plan elevations, a red line public notice, and a revised zoning notice, a 6 photograph, and a cover letter from agent, and also there's some revisions that he's going to present to this committee, and also there's some responses to neighbors' concern from the agent, and also some comparative analysis, and also owner letter. And we also receive communication from community planning staff, report from urban forestry, and also from both of them from urban forestry. We receive support, 13 letter of support, and also we receive further support, 3 more supports. And we receive a letter of concern. One letter concern is number 9, that's 10, and we receive quite a number of oppositions, and there are 53 signatures in a petition in opposition. Yeah, and also we receive in opposition also from number 1 and also 24 4 Oaks Gate, and also 5 signature petition in opposition we receive in November 20th. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have the agent here in person, and we have a number of speakers in support and in opposition.
Okay.
So we'll hear from the agent first.
Yes, since you do have quite a few opposition, let's start with your presentation. Yeah. Give us your first and last name and address for our record, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Nadeem Irfan. I'm an architect, an agent, and applicant of this application. The application before you is to approve a duplex.
How about your address? Yeah.
10 Milner Business Court,
Okay.
Suite 710, Scarborough, Ontario, M1B 3C6.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
You can start now.
The application is to approve a duplex. It's a 2-story with a basement and with an integrated garage. There are 5 variances before the committee to approve. I wanted to bring it to committee's attention that the zoning notice, it identifies this as a 2-story structure with a basement. Perhaps there was a confusion on the public notice, which states the 3-story structure. Although there is no bearing on the variances, none of the variances were affected with the 2-story definition or the 3-story. By the time the notice was out, it was too late for us to kind of speak with the staff. So we went ahead and communicated with the zoning examiner, and who clearly confirmed that this is a basement with 2-story. And as a result of that, the variance number 4 was eliminated. Later on, when we were preparing our presentation, we communicated with the zoning staff again, and the variance for the height has been eliminated.
Okay.
So as a result of that communication, there are only now 3 variances, which are pertaining to the lot coverage, building length, and the side yard setback. We believe these variances are very, very minor in nature. And if the committee wants, we can get into details of the variances. The lot coverage allowed is 35%. We are proposing 38%. Perhaps the rear yard deck, which is a concrete structure with a basement below, is considered as a lot coverage. but it's not a solid massing. So the actual structure of the footprint of the house is approximately 36%, which is a negligible 1% over the lot coverage. Similarly to that building length, the building length of the actual two-story structure is less than 17 meter, which is permitted. And because of that concrete deck, if this was a wooden deck, there would not be a building length variance. So we believe this is, again, a very simple, variance. It is not solid massing. And similar to that, the side yard setback is a very small corner of the garage is actually 0.9. And if we were to request the staff to bring it on the screen, the side plan, it'll show the neighbor side yard is also 0.91, and our proposed side yard at that particular corner is 0.9. And other than that, we exceed way, in terms of the setback requirement. This is because the property is in an angular shape rather than a straight, a straight line. So this variance is needed to develop the proposal. We have dived into several letters of concerns. More of them are basically to state that the duplex and multiplex situation, it is permitted as of right. The use of the duplex is permitted as of right. There's no variance for that. And some concerns of the neighbors about the foundation. So we have come up with a sketch showing that we are now going below the foundation of the neighbors, and therefore we will be protecting the neighbors' concern. One of the comment from the neighbors' letters was a reduction on the street parking. We are only adding the driveway length of 1.8 meter. It was before you can only park one car. As per a typical car, we'll still be able to park one car. So by developing this proposal, we're not eliminating any street parking. So we believe these variances are very, very minor in nature, and this proposal is very moderate compared to what has been approved in the area. We have given the comparative analysis. 47 Oak was approved in the probably a couple of years ago with identical variances. So we believe committee can consider this for approval.
Thank
you.
Yeah, so we will get back to you. We're going to listen to your oppositions, and then we'll call you back.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, through you, Madam Chair, one by one, whoever is here in person to speak in opposition, please make your way to the podium.
We don't have.
Okay, one by one, please, if you are here to speak in opposition.
All right.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Gus Papazoglu. My wife, Morgan Papazoglu, could not attend today due to hosting a Christmas bazaar.
Yes.
We live at 10 Dustan Crescent, right beside 12 Dustan Crescent, the property in question. Thank you for letting me and others concerned residents speak today. Our family have been residents in the neighborhood since 1984, and we have made 10 Dustan Crescent our home since 2015. As of today, we have had to retract 2 letters of concern by email. I sent that in, and I know it's been retracted. One letter was CA, letter of concern, tree removal. Second was a CA superseded letter of concern, tree removal. Mr. Chaudhry also stated that he's retracting CA owner's response to the letter tree removal by email. I didn't hear it retracted in person, so I'm just wondering if it has been retracted.
So you're satisfied with they're not removing any trees, I guess, right?
We're going to move on from there.
Okay, thank you.
So we've settled on a resolution moving forward. Myself, Gus Papazoglu, and my wife, Morgan Papazoglu, we're okay with the current build. I don't understand what it was called a fourplex before. We're a little confused with that. So is it a fourplex? Is it a duplex? Is it a What is it?
We can have the agent later to respond.
I'm just confused because when he got here, he said it was a fourplex, and that really threw us off. The current building plans, if it stays as, I think it's a two-story with a basement apartment. So the current building plans show that it's a two-story house with a finished basement apartment, not a three-story house, as posted on the post in front of the lawn. So that really confused a lot of people also, and I'm pretty sure it's still the same now. The ground floor, second floor, and part of the basement is one unit. The other part of the basement is a second unit. The new zoning calls it a duplex, multiplex. However, it's not 3 stories as posted. It's not a triplex or a fourplex, and we were guaranteed on that. It will remain the same as the drawings have not been changed since submitted to the city. Mr. Chaudhry has proposed side privacy screens for his balconies, just for privacy on our side and my neighbor's side, and a fence to run along our property line. So we do look forward and hopeful to a great relationship with Mr. Chaudhry and our neighbor moving forward. I do have 2 concerns. This is not for me. This is from 14 Dustan. It's Irene Ross. Number 1 is the reduced side setback. So the minimum requirement, the yard setback is 1.2. The proposed setback of the new dwelling, I think it's just on that one area, is 0.92 meters. It's pretty tight. This could create, it's an overly tight physical relationship between 12 and 14 at that part. Sense of crowding, I don't know if that's a concern with the committee, but the reduced setback can impact fire safety, access to maintenance, repairs on both buildings, and Irene is also worried about her foundation being disturbed. I think that was addressed, but it's still a concern, and we'd like to hear about it. Number 2 is just the building length. The permit is 17 meters. The new dwelling will have a length of 18.87 meters. That is over 6 feet. That's basically almost 2 meters. And she thinks it's too long. Other than that, the rest is honestly in the hands of the committee. Thank you for your time. And that's it.
Okay. Any question to this speaker? No, we don't have any question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, the next speaker that's here in person.
Is the mic on? Yeah. Madam Chair, Committee, my name is Irene Ross, the registered owner of 14 Dustan Crescent, the property immediately to the east of number 12. I am very upset that you have allowed the applicant to call this build a duplex, when clearly it is not. And in so doing, you've allowed him to boast to me that he can build a fourplex at any time he wants without the committee's approval and get $1,000 per month for one small room. Is this a rooming house he is building on your watch? I do think Mr. Chaudhry is a bully developer who will say anything to the committee to achieve his own goals. Now, I would like to specifically address number 5 of the proposed variances. I feel strongly that the reduced property line on the east side of the building is not minor. Mr. Chaudhry's architect states that the reduced setbacks are only at the corners of the house. However, I would like to point out that at one of those corners is the location of the gas line, my gas meter, the furnace outlet, and beneath which is my gas furnace. I have seen firsthand the caliber of unskilled labor that Mr. Chowdhury employs, with total disregard to codes and bylaws. And I really do feel that my home below and above ground will be damaged. I'm relying on the committee's expertise to afford me the protection which I feel I am due, having lived at number 14 Dustan and been a taxpayer for 53 years. Therefore, I'm asking the committee to give me their assurance and guarantee that my 85-year-old home will not be damaged by this building going forward in its proposed form. I was also aghast at the audacity of Mr. Chowdhury to request that one of the 45-year-old Ames juniper trees at the front of my garden, one of a set of two, I may add, be removed. I take great pride in my garden, and for this man to rearrange the look of our neighbourhood for his own purpose is outrageous. Is the committee aware that the applicant has already removed an 80-year-old plus protected tree from the back garden of number 12 without a permit? That's all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Any question to this speaker? No, okay. Tree.
Through you, Madam Chair, the next speaker that's here in opposition? See none? Okay, who is here in support of the application? Make your way to the podium, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes.
I'm the owner of 47 Four Oaks. The one the agent also mentioned that I got approval for.
Can you tell us your first and last name too?
First name Wajid and last name Iqbal. Wajid Iqbal, owner 47 Four Oaks Gate.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I just saw the plans as per. I'm not a professional to look at the plan, but plans looks very similar to me, like basement portion for the owner and a unit separate in the basement and a main floor and upper floor. It looks like similar. When I got the permit, I believe it's been around 18 or 2 years or 18 months. So that time it was called a single unit with the separate permitted basement. So now I think they call it as a duplex. I came to know that it's called duplex now. So it looks similar to me. I had a 0.9 meter, variance approved on my side. So I'm very comfortable with that. I have all my equipment on that side. So I support this construction, and I would like to welcome Mr. Chowdhury in the neighborhood. It's a nice, beautiful neighborhood, nice neighbors. So I want to welcome him in this neighborhood.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, any questions, right? No questions? Okay. Next speaker, please. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, is there anyone else here in support of the application?
Madam Chair, my name is Riaz Ali, and I'm the owner and resident of 21 Yearly Crescent. So we have the similar house in the area, and I came to the Committee of Adjustment in 2015, and I was approved for 44% of the lot coverage, and there was a GFA of 74%. I was approved. And there were 3 other variances, and I was in total I was approved for 5 variances in the neighborhood. It's a very nice neighborhood, and most of the houses are being rebuilt. Though it was very old, like this neighborhood was, the houses were built in sometimes in 1940s, and now all the neighborhood is being changed and new houses are being built. And it's a very nice neighborhood, and we welcome people like who are rebuilding the whole neighborhood. So it's not only the neighborhood, all the city lines, the severages, and all these lines are being rebuilt. And we are welcoming this, and I'm strongly supporting this project.
So thank you. So you're in support of the...
Yeah, I'm in support
Thank you.
of the project.
Sorry, what was the address?
Yeah, I couldn't catch your address in the beginning.
21 Yearly Crescent. It's a corner lot, and on the one side is 4 Oaks, and on the front side it's Yearly Crescent.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else here in person that wishes to speak, whether it's in opposition or support? See none? Okay, through you, Madam Chair, we do have a couple of people virtual, so we will unmute Ellen Leong at 22 Dustan Crescent.
All right.
Ellen, you're unmuted.
Hi there, everyone. Madam Chair, thanks so much for the opportunity. Firstly, I just want to say it's nice to hear that everything was clarified in regards to the number of stories. I suppose my only concern would be fire access if the side yard setback was reduced. So I'm not familiar, I'm not well versed in what bylaw is in regards to the minimums for fire safety. So I'll leave that with you. I also have concerns about the zoning. So again, hearing from multiple sources as well as my own mother about speaking about or I should preface that by saying Mr. Chowdhury did come to my front door and he did seem very pushy. In her words, she felt like he bullied her. So I do feel, for whatever it's worth, I know this is not the place, this is not the forum for discussing character, but we can attest to the fact that there have been lots dated. And so I just want to be sure, because I know that this isn't about character, this isn't the forum for that. Do we have guarantees that the property could be, well, I should say, will remain a duplex property as opposed to a multiplex property? Is that something that can be guaranteed by the committee today based on the zoning? As I said, I'm not well versed with that.
I can answer to that. I don't think we can guarantee that, but what we are going to, whether we deny or approve, is what they get from what they have applied.
Through you, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
The purpose of application is for a duplex. The variances are based on a duplex. The proposal, as shown on the architectural plans, are for a duplex.
Yeah.
If the landowner is to do anything other than that on their property, then anyone can call 311 and an inspector can go out to the site.
Okay, so I'm going to just support my neighbors, our neighbors here, and just say that Mr. Chowdhury has made claims that we now know are not true. And so I think we will, I just want it to be, it's nice to know that we have that right to contact 311 because there has been questionable activity. And I do believe when he discusses, charging $1,000 to create a rooming house, that I'm not going to dismiss that.
Sorry, I will have to interrupt. Have you heard the explanation of what this committee can do? Yeah, the Deputy Secretary just explained to you, and that's all we are doing. And anything other than that, we really, it's not we cannot, I don't think it's appropriate to comment or discuss character or put the process in that sense.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
I am
Thank you.
aware.
So if you can be very helpful to us, if you can actually just focus on the issues, on the applications, the 3 variances they're asking for here.
Certainly. Yeah. So as I said, it was the fire safety that I was concerned about. The parking was my other concern, but I'm glad to hear that the curb cut is not so much that it will be removing an entire space.
Mm-hmm.
So that's good to hear. I think my concern would be if it were to be turned into a 4-plex with parking access, but that's for a future. That's for another concern, another day, I should say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any question to the speaker? Okay, no, thank you. So, no.
For you, Madam Chair, we'll hear from the owner at 22 Airlie Crescent.
Noni, you're unmuted.
Hello?
Yes. Hello. Yeah, we can
Hi.
hear you. Yes, tell us your name and your
hi
address,
there.
please. Yeah.
Yes, Madam Chairman. My name is Noni Fendi, and I live at 22 Airlie Crescent.
Yes. Yes, tell us about your concern then. Yeah.
So my concern was, and I state was, that it was going to be a threeplex or a fourplex, or possibly a rooming house. And when I had heard that, I was actually quite upset. And then I saw the sign in front of the house that's posted by the city saying that it was going to be a 3-story. So that really concerned me. But my husband and I made the decision to call Mr. Chaudhry directly and have a conversation with him. And he did meet with us. He showed us the plan, and he, very strongly guaranteed that he was building a detached 2-story, not 3-story, that the problem was miscommunication with the city. That's why they put 3 stories. So he said it's 2-story, detached, 2-unit home. 1 unit is going to be half of the basement, and the other unit is going to be part of the basement, main floor, second floor. And he said he would be very courteous to the neighbors, because I did express my concern for Irene. And I know that she's 85, and I have an 82-year-old mother. So I completely understood, and I said, it's better that you don't communicate with Irene directly, because she lives alone, and if you have any communication, then please, talk to Gus. And he was, Mr. Chaudhry actually at that point was very, very courteous. I didn't expect that, and he said, absolutely, I will never approach her again. And he described all the plans. So my husband and I, and he's sitting right here, and his name is Chris Clark, we wanted to retract our email that we sent to Stanley, who's been great as well. So, we're okay with it, and with the guarantee that it's going to be what he says it's going to be. And we looked at the drawings, and Mr. Chaudhry also said that he's going to be very courteous with the neighbors, and he'd like to get along with the neighbors. And, he said, I'll, with Gus, put a fence, put privacy for Irene so that she's, not uncomfortable with it, and that he wouldn't, knock on her door. And I'm hoping in the future, because this neighborhood is incredible. It's like an oasis, considering what's happening to our city and country. It's an oasis. People are lovely here. And I'm hoping that everything will turn out okay, and that Mr. Chaudhry can build a really nice home, and he and his family can enjoy it, and Gus and Irene will feel comfortable, and especially Irene, and enjoy their homes in their neighborhood, and we can all just get along. And that's it. That's my 2 cents.
Thank you so much. It sounds like you're in support now after they explained to you the application. Okay, thank you. So next.
Okay, through you, Madam Chair, I believe one more speaker at 15 Dustan Crescent.
Adil, you're unmuted. Adil, you're unmuted.
Okay, and then through you, Madam Chair, we did have the owners at 358 O'Connor Drive register to speak in support, but we have not been able to contact them.
Yeah. Okay.
So we can go back to the
Agent.
applicant. Yep.
Yeah. Come back, yeah. Yeah, we would like you to address some of the concerns or issues raised first, and then we might have questions to you afterwards.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes.
I can understand the anxiety. All this was started from the public notice confusion. We have not changed our plans from the original submission, and the zoning examiner confirmed that it is a 2-story. It is not going to be multiplex. It will be exactly what is proposed. The homeowner wants to live with his family, and the floors are designed. The ground floor does not contain any bedroom. It is strictly living, family, kitchen, perhaps a prep kitchen, and an elevator to go up and down. He plans to live here for a long time, and definitely have a second unit for his extra income. It is a sported use. Now, coming to the neighbor's foundation side, I wanted to request the staff to bring up on the screen the front elevation. I wanted to show it to the committee that we're only going approximately 5 to 5.5 feet below the adjacent grade, which will basically, we took advantage of, raising our basement, give more light, and at the same time, we're only going approximately 5 feet below the grade in order to protect the neighbor's foundations. If we were to bury this basement completely below the grade, will be damaging the neighbor's foundation. So just to assure the committee members and to the neighbors that this is a intentional design in order to protect the neighbors. Rest, all I heard is the multiplex, fourplex, twoplex, fire safety. We have 1.2 meter side yard setback on the west side, which is more than ample to provide in case of there is any fire, a fire department access to the back unit. The space between the two neighbors on 12 Dustan and 14 Dustan combined is going to be, it's 1.86 feet. It's more than ample for the fire department to get in and out. I believe none of the discussion happened here by the neighbors is pertaining to the variances, actual variances. It is some anxiety because of the public notice. So I believe most of the variances are very minor in nature, and this is a very moderate application before the committee to consider.
Yes, and actually, there's one issue raised about a tree. Are you planning to cut down a tree? Yes, I heard one of the neighbors saying that.
Madam Chair, we have a forestry condition. Whatever will be done through the arborist report, and whatever the tree will be impacted, will apply for that injury permit or a removal permit.
Okay. Oh, please. No. That's not appropriate here. Let him speak. Okay. And yeah, thank you. Yeah, we do have questions for you, though. Yeah, just wait.
Thanks, Chair. The neighbor to the west mentioned privacy screening for the rear balconies on the first and second. You're willing to provide those?
Yes.
And do you think it's both east and west side would be appropriate?
Appropriate, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
So it's both east and west side of the rear deck? Okay. I want to write that. Okay, any more questions? Yes, please, Mr. Gross. Yeah.
So I think you addressed it partially when you were speaking about the foundation, but there is one variance that we've heard has caused some concern to, I'm forgetting her last name, but Ms. Irene, who lives in number 14, and that's the side yard setback being 0.92. I do see on the site plan that it is only in the very front corner because of the sort of pie-shaped nature of these lots.
Yes.
But that was a concern, and maybe you can address why you feel that variance is not an issue.
It gives the opportunity to have a regular shaped rooms at the second floor. That was the reason. And this variance is very common. If we bring it up the comparative analysis, we can show that this variance has been approved over and over many times.
No, I understand that. I mean, maybe with a focus to the concerns of the neighbor, why is it, or how is it that you expect this will minimally impact them?
It's a very small corner, but if we were to make it, it'll make the garage smaller, perhaps. That was the reason.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, please, go ahead, yeah.
You, Madam Chair. My question is also regarding the comment that the neighbor located on your east side, number 14, she claimed that you remove a 80-years-old tree without permit, or just?
I personally, I'm not aware of anything. I know there is a discussion happening. A lot of letters have been written and rescinded. There is discussion about between the two neighbors, number 12 and number 10. There's some sort of a confusion. I'm not aware of that, Madam Chair.
All right.
Through you, Madam Chair, the site plan is up right now on the screen. Tree number 1 that's on the property.
Yeah.
Is that the tree in question?
Yes.
So it's still there, right?
That tree is.
I believe it's tree number 3 that is the tree that there was some debate about from the correspondence that I read. But it.
The tree is actually in Irene's back, not Irene's back there. Mr. Charlie's back there. So that's the one Irene is talking about.
So tree number 3 on the site plan. Sorry, we can't hear from you at this time. It's the applicant's rebuttal. Tree number 3 on the site plan is shown on the property at number 10.
Well, so this was my understanding based on the photographs, but I could be wrong.
And then there's tree number 2 that's on the other side. And then tree number 1.
Yes, so the tree number 2, we have no plan to impact it. Forestry has already given us, if we were to maintain the existing driveway width, they have no concern. If we were to request for a removal, they will deny it. So we agree with that. The tree number 1 will be removed as a part of the development, and we will apply for the removal permit with the forestry.
And tree number 3, sorry, just because it's labeled on your site plan.
Yes, so tree number 3, if it is impacted, they will issue a permit. At this point, we don't have any arborist report.
But you're subject to apply for permit anyway.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you know.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay. Any more questions? And I think we addressed most of the concerns. Any more? Okay. We have no more question for you, so we are in committee now, so no one can ask any question of the committee. Okay, thank you.
So sorry, through you, Madam Chair, if I'm going to ask the presenter to present the red line public notice.
Oh, that's
just on public record that the purpose of application, and this was done by and submitted by the applicant, so to construct a new 2-story detached dwelling duplex with an integral garage, a rear 3rd-story covered deck, and a front and rear covered porches, each on the 2nd level. There will be a total of 2 residential dwelling units on this lot, 1 unit located on the basement level and 1 unit occupying the 1st and 2nd levels. And then variance number 2 and variance number 4 have been removed.
Yes. So you agree to this?
I acknowledge this.
Yeah, okay. So that's for the public, record. All right.
Sorry, did that say a rear 3rd-story deck? Because that should say 2nd.
2nd story.
Oh, that's a more.
Yes, it does say a rear 3rd-story covered deck. So then that'll say a rear 2nd-story covered deck and front and rear covered porches. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, that's good. That's good catch. Yeah. Right.
And the front and rear porches should probably not say.
Each on the 2nd level.
That should also be removed.
Right.
It's variance number 4 will be removed.
Yeah, we're talking about the description.
The purpose.
Purpose of application.
Yes.
Okay. So we got everything now. After the editing. Yeah.
Right, and just confirming that variances 2 and 4 are gone.
Yes.
Yeah.
We have that. Yeah. And okay. So now are we back in committee?
I hope
You're satisfied? Okay. Now we are in discussion now. Okay. Thank you. Anyway,
Yeah,
Mr.
sure, I'll
Scott.
start. I think it's a shame how this has come, how the process has unfolded in this area with the notice that incorrectly called this a 3-story detached. It sounds like there's been a bit of acrimony. I also think it's, one of the deputants said it's a tight-knit community, and everyone in favor and opposed to this application seemed to say that the community was special. I think that in part is demonstrated by how many neighbors came to speak in support of the neighbor at number 14. I think that's heartwarming. But if we look at the actual variances that are left before us, they are 3 very small variances, and it is going to lead to the development of a home that's similar to other redeveloped homes in the area. So I do think this is minor and supportable. I will sort of repeat the Secretary Treasurer's comments that if we approve this, they have to build it to the plans that are approved, and so that is, in this case, a detached dwelling with an accessory unit in the basement. But I do think it's also worth noting that to the extent that someone said this could have been a 4-plex, it actually is true that no variance is required to create a 4-plex. However, they are seeking variances here, and so now they have to build to what they've so put in front of the committee if they want those variances. So that's, in this case, like I said, a detached with a basement apartment.
Exactly. It's only approved what they cannot build beyond what we approve anyway. Yeah.
Exactly, and the side yard variance, 0.9 meters, is actually still a reasonable amount of space, especially given that there's over a meter on the property adjacent. So it shouldn't actually lead to too much adverse impact, especially given that it's only in the front corner.
Okay, thank you. Any other comment, or we have a motion?
Yeah, my only comment is because there were so many confusion, it will be beneficial if we tie to the drawings, so that then there will not be any confusion of 4-plex, 2-plex, any of the things. And also, especially the site plans, especially for the variance number 5, because that east side yard setback, because that 0.92 is only for one corner. So if we tie to site plan, it will explain. It's not for entire building. It's just triggered because it was a pie shape, and that's why this variance have been triggered. That's my observation. And as my colleague mentioned, we only dealing with 3 variances, and this revised version, to me, it seems minor.
I think it might be a bit much to tie it to all the plans, but I think maybe the compromise would be to tie it to the site plan, because I think that would protect the issue with the setback.
Yeah, exactly. If you do all the plan, it's automatic anyway. All the applications are supposed to adhere to all the drawings, right? Anyway. So
what about the basement in case of, no?
I don't need to.
I mean,
through Madam Chair, if we can, we're in committee. If we can come out of committee, the plans that have been submitted, do they reflect the revisions?
Yeah.
And that's a question to the agent.
yeah.
Okay, let's.
Not sure about the question, Madam Chair.
Oh, okay. You have make some revisions on your application, right?
Yeah.
So you also have submitted some revised plans.
I have not submitted any revised plans.
Oh, he said that it's only a mistake that they make in the public notice. So there's no, so everything that on the application should be reflected by the drawings.
Yeah, my understanding is what you're saying is you spoke with staff, and those variances that you're removing are variances that you can remove without making any alteration to the plan.
Yes. So a little bit into it. A public zoning notice was issued, we submitted. Then the confusion of the 3-story and 2-story, and then we spoke to the examiner, zoning examiner, although he listed as 2-story, but his understanding was perhaps was 3-story. So we walked him through the zoning bylaw definition of the basement and the 1st story, and as a result, he revised the zoning notice and removed the 2 decks, number 4 variances. And then later on, when we were preparing our presentation, we identified that the actual permitted height is 10 meter. So we communicated with them and they removed that variance as well. Yes. So this is the process. We've been through that. Yeah.
But I think that why we asked the question whether the drawings reflect what you're applying, because you're deleting 2 variances. It's very clearly say that now you have to build what the zoning restriction, which is the building will be 8.5 meter, let's say. So your drawing shows that, right? Just 8.5 meter. It's not 9 meters that before.
We will be building exactly the way the drawings look, but the zoning identified the height is actually 10 meter, not 8.5.
Also, when they identified it, was also wrong too, you mean?
Yes.
Okay, understand, yeah.
So through you, Madam Chair, if I may request, tying to the site plan is okay, but tying to the basement plan on the other plan, because we have not gone through the building permit process, so maybe there is a shifting of demising wall between the basement unit. Maybe there is a limit of 1-bedroom apartment for living area and bedroom size and the bathroom size, but we have no intention to change it.
Yeah, I don't.
Through you, Madam Chair, the other option is to tie to all elevation plans. And the reason why I asked the question is to ensure that the elevation plans are consistent with the purpose of application as well as the variances that are being sought.
Yeah, exactly.
If you don't wish to tie to floor as well, you can tie to all plans.
May I say, tying to site plan is perfect. We have no intention to change, but tying to the elevation, if we put privacy screen, if we just, move around a small thing, it will come back.
It's substantially in accordance with.
Yes.
It's substantially in accordance with. Okay, we're back into committee.
Yes.
Members, you have that choice of site plan, floor plans, elevation plans, or just site plan and elevation plans.
I think site plan and elevation, that's my preference, only because there's some height variance been deleted. So I want to make sure that is what he's building.
What I might say just about the floor plan and the basement floor plan, because I think I have a sense of where my fellow committee members' concern might be coming from. I could be wrong, but the fact that there is this accessory dwelling unit in the basement and whether that is going to be constructed as intended or not, I don't think we actually have to tie it to plans for that to be something that a building inspector will be looking for, because the variances they'd need to come back to committee if new variances were triggered based on not constructing in that fashion. So my preference would not be to tie it to every floor plan, because I just know how much revision can be required over the course of a construction project, but that's my preference.
Yes.
I would agree. I'd be satisfied with just site plan.
Yeah.
I don't even see a real benefit to applying to tying it to elevations.
Okay. Yeah.
Can I,
all right.
through you, Madam Chair, can I ask a question for Madam Secretary Treasurer? Yes. Since they remove variance number 4, if we tie it to elevation, does it trigger any? Because I'm not sure if the elevation that we have is revised or.
No, so what happened was they submitted a set of plans that got reviewed through a zoning examiner. Examiners submitted a list of variances. Then there were further conversations between the applicant and the zoning examiner, and the zoning examiner issued a revised notice, but the plans always stayed the same. Right? So if you were to approve the application, you could include the condition to tie to site plan and all elevations. and it's substantially in accordance with.
Okay.
Okay. Now it's clear. So there's an option in terms of what we tie it to. So let's have a motion. Let's go with a motion, see how it's done. Yeah.
Nazila, I think you feel most passionate about this, so why don't you go ahead? Well, I think not most passionate, but you have concerns, so I think why don't you put together the motion?
Yes.
I prefer to tie to elevation, but
That's fine.
I just wonder if they also, yes, I'll start it, but just check one more thing, is that they changed the height. So
I think it's just
maybe-
the interpretation of the height.
Okay.
I think that's what.
All right, so, okay, if that's the case, so through you, Madam Chair, I'm ready to put forward a motion to approve this application, amended application that remove variance number 2 have been eliminated, variance number 4 have been eliminated. The purpose of the application have been revised.
Yes.
I
Don't go through it
No.
because I think we
have
got
been
that.
revised, and also I would like to tie it to the site plan and also tie it to the elevation drawings, and also subject it to urban forestry condition number 2.
And do we also have a condition about privacy screen on the east and
Yes,
west?
definitely. Privacy screen at both sides of the
East and west
Platform.
edges.
Yeah, east and west edges.
east and west
I
edges.
would recommend ground floor and second floor
Yeah.
balcony.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, both ground floor and second floor balcony.
Okay. So that's enough? Okay, all right. So everybody hear that motion, clear?
Sure, I'll
You like, yeah. Mr. Goss, a second? And all in favor of amended application and all the conditions we just discussed? All in favor, is approved unanimously with all the conditions and amended application, yeah. Okay, we've gone through that. Now, it seems that I thought we were on the last item. No, we still have 33, right? 33.
Two more.
And 35. Yeah.
Oh,
34 is postponed.
34 is postponed. That's right. Okay, now we are, let's do it. Yeah, so next item is 33. It is 27 GROSVENOR Street and Grenville Street. I can't pronounce that name, sorry. This application, the purpose for this application is to alter the development standards of a 32 and a 46-story, 2 towers, mixed-use development, and is with site-specific zoning bylaw, and by extending the temporary use permission for an elevator, which is already being constructed, to provide loading access to the adjacent site, and they are looking for, I think it's only one variance. And we do not have any Oh, yeah, okay, sorry. It's late, right? We receive a survey, site plan, floor plan, elevations, 9 photographs of the property, and also a cover letter from the agent. We receive corresponding from Affordable Housing Office and site-specific zoning bylaw presentation material from the agent. Also, we have community planning corresponding, and also opposition from 18 Grenville Avenue. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have the agent online and no registered speakers for this item.
Okay.
Simran, you've been unmuted.
Hi, good evening, Madam Chair and members. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. My name is Simran Badi. I'm an urban planner with Bellsfields, Inc. Our address is 3 Church Street, Toronto, and I am the planning consultant to the owner of this site.
Yes. So you do not have any opposition. I just check whether we require presentation. How about questions? No question, no presentation. It seems that we do not have need leaders, so we do not have questions. Do you have anything you want to address this panel specifically before we move into discussion?
Through you, Madam Chair, I appreciate the committees had a long day, so I'll keep it very short and just say this is a very technical variance for a very important project. This development will introduce 770 purpose-built rental dwelling units. It's being pushed by the province and the city through the Fair Housing Program. 231 of those dwelling units will be affordable units that cater to a range of affordabilities, including deeply affordable units. There's a childcare facility, a fitness club, and this very technical variance is required to facilitate on a temporary basis, loading access to the adjacent provincial office building during construction. So beyond that, I have nothing to add, and I'll sort of end it there, recognizing that we're into the evening now, and I'm sure you'd like to get on with your days.
Yeah, but you do have actually, it's not in person, it's not registered to speak, but you do have one opposition from number 18 Grenville. Can you address to that briefly? Yeah.
Yes, of course. And if staff could put that up on the screen just so that the committee has it sort of in front of them. A resident at 18 Grenville Street has requested that the tower or podium heights of the approved development be decreased, citing shadow impacts. And while we are sensitive to their concerns, the shadow impacts of the development were assessed rigorously through the review of the rezoning application that led to this site-specific bylaw, which was approved by City Council in 2021. As I mentioned, this application is very much technical and is simply seeking to extend a temporary use for an elevator in order to facilitate the development itself. That elevator is already built, and if you sort of scroll a little further down in this presentation, there are photos of that elevator. And so, you know, there's sort of no built form changes being contemplated. It's simply a temporal extension of a use that is already permitted on a temporary basis to facilitate this building.
Thank you. And thank you for addressing that. Any question? No, we are in committee now.
What I would say is part of why we didn't need a presentation is because this was very confusing to me when I first saw it, but the cover letter explained it very well. So it is very technical. It would be, in my view, wrong to not approve this because that office building does need access while they await redevelopment. The only part of our very brief 1-minute presentation that I sadly take a bit of issue with is, you know, this is an important project and it'll facilitate it. I think this is to let the timetable for construction be a little slower. I'd love to see it built faster, but given that it's not built yet, I think we ought to approve of this very minor technical variance.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, so we have a motion, Sunlight.
Sure, yeah, that's my motion. For those reasons, it's to continue this elevator access is clearly required given the constraints of the site, so I move to approve it.
And Mr. Whip, second, but we do not have, there's no condition, right?
No condition.
No condition. All in favor? Unanimously approved. Thank you very much. Now, we are truly on the last item. Number 35.
Through you, Madam Chair. Item number 34 has been postponed.
Yes, sorry. Yeah, I should mention that, right?
Thank you.
Number 34 is postponed, and number 35 is 1555 Queen Street East. This is to alter with development standards from a site-specific zoning bylaw for 16 and 17-story mixed-use building. And currently is under construction by increasing the maximum interior floor area for a retail store, and also as well as a vertical projection from the solar equipment on the roof, and to reduce the number of the minimum height of the first story, the soft landscaping along the west side, and the minimum above the ground separation distance. They are seeking 5 variances. We have received on this file a survey, site plan, floor plan, elevations, 12 photographs of the property, and a cover letter from the agent, and decision affecting the subject property, email from corresponding from Toronto Community Housing, and revised diagram 3, tree preservation plan, and urban forestry permit, and site zoning, the site-specific zoning bylaw, and presentation material from the agent. We also receive a community planning staff report, and corresponding from also Toronto Community Housing, and corresponding in support from 60 Woodfield Road. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have the agent online, no registered speakers for this item.
Max, you're unmuted.
Yes, good evening, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Max Laskin. I'm from Goodman's LLP. Our address is 333 Bay Street, Suite 3400, Toronto, Ontario, and I am counsel to the applicant.
Okay, so you do not have any opposition, but I want to see whether we require a presentation or, yeah. Yeah, I do have one quick question about the reduction of the floor height. Is it like, I think it's variance number 2, right?
That's right.
Yeah, is this just where it's locally where the it's not the whole entire?
That's right, Madam Chair.
Sorry.
So that's right. So I can explain this briefly.
Yeah.
The site is subject to CR zoning, and that CR zoning anticipates retail at grade, and therefore imposes a high minimum first-story height of 4.5 meters.
Yes.
The intention of that is to allow for tall retail spaces to animate the street. The proposed development includes retail at Queen Street, and that space, and the majority of the space in the development is 4.5 meters. However, this building also has interior parking at the first level, which does not meet that 4.5 meters.
Oh, I see.
And there's also a residential component on the west side that consists of townhouses, which has typical residential floor-to-ceiling heights, not 4.5 meters for retail. And so those minor things were simply missed, Madam Chair, in the site-specific bylaw that was approved in 2020, and we're looking to correct those omissions.
Okay, good, because I mean, but that's my main concern. I was concerned about the Main Street approach, and I do not like to see that it's reduced, on the Main Street commercial side of it. Yeah. Okay. Any other questions? Yeah. No, we do not have any more questions now. We are in committee. Do you have anything else you want to address us before we do that? Okay. Now
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, we are in committee. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that this is highly supportable. I mean, a grocery store there, that's exactly what we want to see more of in central neighborhoods, and often residents are begging for that to be included in a new development of this sort. So the fact that the variances are mostly to support that, and then also to allow this innovative solar technology, I think that's also very supportable, and the variances themselves are very small. So for those reasons, I consider it minor. Planning and TCHC both have indicated their support. So I move to approve it without condition.
They don't impose any conditions, right? Okay.
No.
Just want to make sure. All right, thank you. And
yeah.
That's a motion, right?
That's a motion.
Yeah. Who wants to second? Ms. West, second. Yes. Okay. All in favor with no condition. Unanimously approved. Thank you very much. And then that's the end of today's hearing, 8:05.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. Good work. Good night.